Chapter 9 of the Mountains of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mountains of California by John Muir. Chapter 9. The Douglas Squirrel. Sciurus douglasii. The Douglas squirrel is by far the most interesting and influential of all the California Sciuridae, surpassing every other species in force of character, numbers, and extent of range, and in the amount of influence he brings to bear upon the health and distribution of the vast forests he inhabits. Go where you will throughout the noble woods of the Sierra Nevada, among the giant pines and spruces of the lower zones, up through the towering silver firs to the storm-bent thickets of the summit peaks, you everywhere find this little squirrel, the master existence. Though only a few inches long, so intense is his fiery vigor and restlessness, he stirs every grove with wild life, and makes himself more important than even the huge bears that shuffle through the tangled underbrush beneath him. Every wind is fretted by his voice, almost every bole and branch feels the sting of his sharp feet. How much the growth of the trees is stimulated by this means it is not easy to learn, but his action in manipulating their seeds is more appreciable. Nature has made him master forester and committed most of her coniferous crops to his paws. Probably over 50% of all the cones ripened on the Sierra are cut off and handled by the Douglas alone, and of those of the big trees, perhaps 90% pass through his hands. The greater portion is of course stored away for food to last during the winter and spring, but some of them are tucked separately into loosely covered holes, where some of the seeds germinate and become trees. But the Sierra is only one of the many provinces over which he holds sway, for his dominion extends over all the redwood belt of the coast mountains, and far northward throughout the majestic forests of Oregon, Washington, and British Columbia. I make haste to mention these facts to show upon how substantial a foundation the importance I ascribe to him rests. The Douglas is closely allied to the red squirrel or chickaree of the eastern woods. Ours may be a lineal descendant of this species, distributed westward to the Pacific by way of the Great Lakes and the Rocky Mountains, and thence southward along our forested ranges. This view is suggested by the fact that our species becomes redder and more chickaree-like in general the farther it is traced back along the course indicated above. But whatever their relationship, and the evolutionary forces that have acted upon them, the Douglas is now the larger and more beautiful animal. From the nose to the root of the tail he measures about 8 inches, and his tail, which he so effectively uses in interpreting his feelings, is about 6 inches in length. He wears dark bluish-gray over the back and halfway down the sides, bright buff on the belly, with a stripe of dark gray, nearly black, separating the upper and under colors. This dividing stripe, however, is not very sharply defined. He has long black whiskers, which gives him a rather fierce look when observed closely, strong claws, sharp as fish-hooks, and the brightest of bright eyes, full of telling speculation. A Kings River Indian told me that they call him Pil-iluit, which, rapidly pronounced with the first syllable heavily accented, is not unlike the lusty exclamation he utters on his way up a tree when excited. Most mountaineers in California call him the pine squirrel, and when I asked an old trapper whether he knew our little forester, he replied with brightening countenance, "Oh, yes, of course I know him. Everybody knows him. When I'm a-huntin' in the woods, I often find out where the deer are by his barkin' at 'em. I call 'em lightnin' squirrels because they're so mighty quick and peart." All the true squirrels are more or less bird-like in speech and movements, but the Douglas is preeminently so, possessing, as he does, every attribute peculiarly squirrelish, enthusiastically concentrated. He is the squirrel of squirrels, flashing from branch to branch of his favorite evergreens, crisp and glossy, and undiseased as a sunbeam. Give him wings, and he would outfly any bird in the woods. His big gray cousin is a looser animal, seemingly light enough to float on the wind, yet when leaping from limb to limb or out of one tree top to another, he sometimes halts to gather strength, as if making efforts concerning the upshot of which he does not always feel exactly confident. But the Douglas, with his denser body, leaps and glides in hidden strength, seemingly as independent of common muscles as a mountain stream. He threads the tasseled branches of the pines, stirring their needles like a rustling breeze, now shooting across openings in arrowy lines, now launching in curves, glinting deftly from side to side in sudden zigzags, and swirling in giddy loops and spirals around the knotty trunks, getting into what seemed to be the most impossible situations, without sense of danger, now on his haunches, now on his head, yet ever graceful, and punctuating his most irrepressible outbursts of energy with little dots and dashes of perfect repose. He is, without exception, the wildest animal I ever saw, a fiery, sputtering little bolt of life, luxuriating in quick oxygen and the wood's best juices. One can hardly think of such a creature being dependent, like the rest of us, on climate and food. But, after all, it requires no long acquaintance to learn he is human, for he works for a living. His busiest time is in the Indian summer. Then he gathers burrs and hazelnuts like a plodding farmer, working continuously every day for hours, saying not a word, cutting off the ripe cones at the top of his speed, as if employed by the job, and examining every branch in regular order, as if careful that not one should escape him. Then, descending, he stores them away beneath logs and stumps, in anticipation of the pinching hunger days of winter. He seems himself a kind of carnivorous fruit, both fruit and flower. The resiny essences of the pines pervade every pore of his body, and eating his flesh is like chewing gum. One never tires of this bright chip of nature, this brave little voice crying in the wilderness, of observing his many works and ways, and listening to his curious language. His musical, piney gossip is as savory to the ear as balsam to the palate, and though he has not exactly the gift of song, some of his notes are as sweet as those of a linnet, almost flute-like in softness, while others prick and tingle like thistles. He is the mockingbird of squirrels, pouring forth mixed chatter and song like a perennial fountain, barking like a dog, screaming like a hawk, chirping like a blackbird or a sparrow, while in bluff, audacious noisiness he is a very jay. In descending the trunk of a tree with the intention of alighting on the ground, he preserves a cautious silence, mindful, perhaps, of foxes and wildcats, but while rocking safely at home in the pine tops, there is no end to his capers and noise, and woe to the gray squirrel or chipmunk that ventures to set foot on his favorite tree. No matter how slyly they trace the furrows of the bark, they are speedily discovered and kicked downstairs with comic vehemence, while a torrent of angry notes comes rushing from his whiskered lips that sounds remarkably like swearing. He will even attempt at times to drive away dogs and men, especially if he has had no previous knowledge of them. Seeing a man for the first time, he approaches nearer and nearer, until within a few feet. Then, with an angry outburst, he makes a sudden rush, all teeth and eyes, as if about to eat you up. But finding that the big, forked animal doesn't scare, he prudently beats a retreat, and sets himself up to reconnoiter on some overhanging branch, scrutinizing every movement you make with ludicrous solemnity. Gathering courage, he ventures down the trunk again, churring and chirping, and jerking nervously up and down in curious loops, eyeing you all the time, as if showing off and demanding your admiration. Finally, growing calmer, he settles down in a comfortable posture on some horizontal branch commanding a good view, and beats time with his tail to a steady chip, chip, or, when somewhat less excited, pia, with the first syllable keenly accented, and the second drawn out like the scream of a hawk. Repeating this slowly and more emphatically at first, then gradually faster, until the rate of about 150 words a minute is reached, usually sitting all the time on his haunches, with paws resting on his breast, which pulses visibly with each word. It is remarkable, too, that though articulating distinctly, he keeps his mouth shut most of the time, and speaks through his nose. I have occasionally observed him even eating sequoia seeds, and nibbling a troublesome flea, without ceasing or in any way confusing his pia, pia, for a single moment. While ascending trees, all his claws come into play, but in descending, the weight of his body is sustained chiefly by those of the hind feet. Still, in neither case do his movements suggest effort, though if you are near enough you may see the bulging strength of his short, bear-like arms, and note his sinewy fists clinched in the bark. Whether going up or down, he carries his tail extended at full length in line with his body, unless it be required for gestures. But while running along horizontal limbs or fallen trunks, it is frequently folded forward over the back, with the airy tip daintily upcurled. In cool weather it keeps him warm. Then, after he has finished his meal, you may see him crouch close on some level limb with his tail robe neatly spread and reaching forward to his ears, the electric outstanding hairs quivering in the breeze like pine needles. But in wet or very cold weather he stays in his nest, and while curled up there his comforter is long enough to come forward around his nose. It is seldom so cold, however, as to prevent his going out to his stores when hungry. Once, as I lay storm-bound on the upper edge of the timber-line on Mount Shasta, the thermometer nearly at 0, and the sky thick with driving snow, a Douglas came bravely out several times from one of the lower hollows of a dwarf pine near my camp, faced the wind without seeming to feel it much, frisked lightly about over the mealy snow, and dug his way down to some hidden seeds with wonderful precision, as if to his eyes the thick snow covering were glass. No other of the Sierra animals of my acquaintance is better fed, not even the deer amid abundance of sweet herbs and shrubs, or the mountain sheep or omnivorous bears. His food consists of grass seeds, berries, hazelnuts, chinquapins, and the nuts and seeds of all the coniferous trees without exception: pine, fir, spruce, libocedrus, juniper, and sequoia. He is fond of them all, and they all agree with him, green or ripe. No cone is too large for him to manage, none so small as to be beneath his notice. The smaller ones, such as those of the hemlock and the Douglas spruce, and the two-leaved pine, he cuts off and eats on a branch of the tree, without allowing them to fall, beginning at the bottom of the cone and cutting away the scales to expose the seeds, not gnawing by guess like a bear, but turning them round and round in regular order, in compliance with their spiral arrangement. When thus employed, his location in the tree is betrayed by a dribble of scales, shells, and seed wings, and every few minutes by the fall of the striped axis of the cone. Then, of course, he is ready for another, and if you are watching, you may catch a glimpse of him as he glides silently out to the end of a branch, and see him examining the cone clusters until he finds one to his mind. Then, leaning over, pull back the springy needles out of his way, grasp the cone with his paws to prevent its falling, snip it off in an incredibly short time, seize it with the jaws grotesquely stretched, and return to his chosen seat near the trunk. But the immense size of the cones of the sugar pine, from 15 to 20 inches in length, and those of the Jeffrey variety of the yellow pine, compel him to adopt a quite different method. He cuts them off without attempting to hold them, then goes down and drags them from where they have chanced to fall up to the bare swelling ground around the instep of the tree, where he demolishes them in the same methodical way, beginning at the bottom and following the scale spirals to the top. From a single sugar pine cone he gets from 200 to 400 seeds, about half the size of a hazelnut, so that in a few minutes he can procure enough to last a week. He seems, however, to prefer those of the 2 silver first above all others, perhaps because they are most easily obtained, as the scales drop off when ripe without needing to be cut. Both species are filled with an exceedingly pungent aromatic oil, which spices all his flesh, and is of itself sufficient to account for his lightning energy. You may easily know this little workman by his chips. On sunny hillsides around the principal trees they lie in big piles, bushels and basketfuls of them, all fresh and clean, making the most beautiful kitchen middens imaginable. The brown and yellow scales and nutshells are as abundant and as delicately penciled and tinted as the shells along the seashore, while the beautiful red and purple seed wings mingled with them would lead one to fancy that innumerable butterflies had there met their fate. He feasts on all the species long before they are ripe, but is wise enough to wait until they are matured before he gathers them into his barns. This is in October and November, which with him are the 2 busiest months of the year. All kinds of burrs, big and little, are now cut off and showered down alike, and the ground is speedily covered with them. A constant thudding and bumping is kept up. Some of the larger cones chancing to fall on old logs make the forest re-echo with the sound. Other nut-eaters less industrious know well what is going on, and hasten to carry away the cones as they fall. But however busy the harvester may be, he is not slow to descry the pilferers below, and instantly leaves his work to drive them away. The little striped tamias is a thorn in his flesh, stealing persistently, punish him as he may. The large gray squirrel gives trouble also, although the Douglas has been accused of stealing from him. Generally, however, just the opposite is the case. The excellence of the Sierra evergreens is well known to nurserymen throughout the world, consequently there is considerable demand for the seeds. The greater portion of the supply has hitherto been procured by chopping down the trees in the more accessible sections of the forest alongside of bridle paths that cross the range. Sequoia seeds at first brought from $20 to $30 per pound, and therefore were eagerly sought after. Some of the smaller fruitful trees were cut down in the groves not protected by government, especially those of Fresno and Kings River. Most of the sequoias, however, are of so gigantic a size that the seedsmen have to look for the greater portion of their supplies to the Douglas, who soon learns he is no match for these freebooters. He is wise enough, however, to cease working the instant he perceives them, and never fails to embrace every opportunity to recover his burrs whenever they happen to be stored in any place accessible to him, and the busy seedsman often finds on returning to camp that the little Douglas has exhaustively spoiled the spoiler. I know one seed gatherer who, whenever he robs the squirrels, scatters wheat or barley beneath the trees as conscience money. The want of appreciable life remarked by so many travelers in the Sierra forest is never felt at this time of year. Banish all the humming insects and the birds and the quadrupeds, leaving only Sir Douglas, and the most solitary of our so-called solitudes would still throb with ardent life. But if you should go impatiently even into the most populous of the groves on purpose to meet him, and walk about looking up among the branches, you would see very little of him. But lie down at the foot of one of the trees, and straightway he will come, for in the midst of the ordinary forest sounds, the falling of burrs, piping of quails, the screaming of the Clark crow, and the rustling of deer and bears among the chaparral, he is quick to detect your strange footsteps, and will hasten to make a good close inspection of you as soon as you are still. First you may hear him sounding a few notes of curious inquiry, but more likely the first intimation of his approach will be the prickly sounds of his feet as he descends the tree overhead, just before he makes his savage onrush to frighten you and proclaim your presence to every squirrel and bird in the neighborhood. If you remain perfectly motionless, he will come nearer and nearer, and probably set your flesh a-tingle by frisking across your body. Once, while I was seated at the foot of a hemlock spruce in one of the most inaccessible of the San Joaquin Yosemites, engaged in sketching, a reckless fellow came up behind me, passed under my bended arm, and jumped on my paper. And one warm afternoon, while an old friend of mine was reading out in the shade of his cabin, one of his Douglas neighbors jumped from the gable upon his head, and then with admirable assurance ran down over his shoulder and onto the book he held in his hand. Our Douglas enjoys a large social circle, for besides his numerous relatives, Sciurus focer, Tamias quadrivitatus, T. townsendii, Spermophilus beckii, S. douglasii, he maintains intimate relations with the nut-eating birds, particularly the Clark crow, Piscicorvus columbianus, and the numerous woodpeckers and jays. The two spermophiles are astonishingly abundant in the lowlands and lower foothills, but more and more sparingly distributed up through the Douglas domains, seldom venturing higher than 6,000 or 7,000 feet above the level of the sea. The gray sciurus ranges but little higher than this. The little striped tamias alone is associated with him everywhere. In the lower and middle zones where they all meet, they are tolerably harmonious. A happy family, though very amusing skirmishes may occasionally be witnessed. Wherever the ancient glaciers have spread forest soil, there you find our wee hero, most abundant where depth of soil and genial climate have given rise to a corresponding luxuriance in the trees, but following every kind of growth up the curving moraines to the highest glacial fountains. Though I cannot of course expect all my readers to sympathize fully in my admiration of this little animal, few, I hope, will think this sketch of his life too long. I cannot begin to tell here how much he has cheered my lonely wanderings during all the years I have been pursuing my studies in these glorious wilds, or how much unmistakable humanity I have found in him. Take this, for example. One calm, creamy Indian summer morning, when the nuts were ripe, I was camped in the upper pine woods of the South Fork of the San Joaquin, where the squirrels seemed to be about as plentiful as the ripe burrs. They were taking an early breakfast before going to their regular harvest work. While I was busy with my own breakfast, I heard the thudding fall of 2 or 3 heavy cones from a yellow pine near me. I stole noiselessly forward within about 20 feet of the base of it to observe. In a few moments down came the Douglas. The breakfast burrs he had cut off had rolled on the gently sloping ground into a clump of ceanothus bushes, but he seemed to know exactly where they were, for he found them at once, apparently without searching for them. They were more than twice as heavy as himself, but, after turning them into the right position for getting a good hold with his long sickle teeth, he managed to drag them up to the foot of the tree from which he had cut them, moving backward. Then, seating himself comfortably, he held them on end, bottom up, and demolished them at his ease. A good deal of nibbling had to be done before he got anything to eat, because the lower scales are barren. But when he had patiently worked his way up to the fertile ones, he found 2 sweet nuts at the base of each, shaped like trimmed hams, and spotted purple like birds' eggs. And notwithstanding these cones were dripping with soft balsam, and covered with prickles, and so strongly put together that a boy would be puzzled to cut them open with a jackknife, he accomplished his meal with easy dignity and cleanliness, making less effort apparently than a man would in eating soft cookery from a plate. Breakfast done, I whistled a tune for him before he went to work, curious to see how he would be affected by it. He had not seen me all this while, but the instant I began to whistle he darted up the tree nearest to him, and came out on a small dead limb opposite me, and composed himself to listen. I sang and whistled more than a dozen airs, and as the music changed his eyes sparkled, and he turned his head quickly from side to side, but made no other response. Other squirrels, hearing the strange sounds, came around on all sides, also chipmunks and birds. One of the birds, a handsome speckle-breasted thrush, seemed even more interested than the squirrels. After listening for a while on one of the lower dead sprays of a pine, he came swooping forward within a few feet of my face, and remained fluttering in the air for half a minute or so, sustaining himself with whirring wing-beats, like a humming-bird in front of a flower, while I could look into his eyes and see his innocent wonder. By this time my performance must have lasted nearly half an hour. I sang or whistled Bonnie Boone, Lass o' Gowrie, O'er the Water to Charlie, Bonnie Woods o' Craigie Lee, etc., all of which seemed to be listened to with bright interest, my first Douglas sitting patiently through it all, with his telling eyes fixed upon me, until I ventured to give the old 100th, when he screamed his Indian name, Pili-luit, turned tall, darted with ludicrous haste up the tree out of sight, his voice and actions in the case leaving a somewhat profane impression, as if he had said, "I'll be hanged if you get me to hear anything so solemn and unpiny." This acted as a signal for the general dispersal of the whole hairy tribe, though the birds seemed willing to wait further developments, music being naturally more in their line. What there can be in that grand old church tune that is so offensive to birds and squirrels, I can't imagine. A year or two after this High Sierra concert, I was sitting one fine day on a hill in the Coast Range, where the common ground squirrels were abundant. They were very shy on account of being hunted so much, but after I had been silent and motionless for half an hour or so, they began to venture out of their holes and to feed on the seeds of the grasses and thistles around me, as if I were no more to be feared than a tree stump. Then it occurred to me that this was a good opportunity to find out whether they also disliked Old 100th. Therefore I began to whistle as nearly as I could remember the same familiar airs that had pleased the mountaineers of the Sierra. They at once stopped eating, stood erect, and listened patiently, until I came to Old 100th, when with ludicrous haste every one of them rushed to their holes and bolted in, their feet twinkling in the air for a moment as they vanished. No one who makes the acquaintance of our forester will fail to admire him, but he is far too self-reliant and warlike ever to be taken for a darling. How long the life of a Douglas squirrel may be, I don't know. The young seem to sprout from knot-holes, perfect from the first, and as enduring as their own trees. It is difficult, indeed, to realize that so condensed a piece of sun-fire should ever become dim or die at all. He is seldom killed by hunters, for he is too small to encourage much of their attention, and when pursued in settled regions becomes excessively shy, and keeps close in the furrows of the highest trunks, many of which are of the same color as himself. Indian boys, however, lie in wait with unbounded patience to shoot them with arrows. In the lower and middle zones a few fall a prey to rattlesnakes. Occasionally he is pursued by hawks and wildcats, etc. But upon the whole he dwells safely in the deep bosom of the woods, the most highly favored of all his happy tribe. May his tribe increase. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The Mountains of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Chapman. The Mountains of California by John Muir. Chapter 10. A Windstorm in the Forests. The mountain winds, like the dew and rain, sunshine and snow, are measured and bestowed with love on the forests to develop their strength and beauty. However restricted the scope of other forest influences, that of the winds is universal. The snow bends and trims the upper forests every winter. The lightning strikes a single tree here and there, while avalanches mow down thousands at a swoop, as a gardener trims out a bed of flowers. But the winds go to every tree, fingering every leaf and branch and furrowed bole. Not one is forgotten. The mountain pine towering with outstretched arms on the rugged buttresses of the icy peaks, the lowliest and most retiring tenant of the dells. They seek and find them all, caressing them tenderly, bending them in lusty exercise, stimulating their growth, plucking off a leaf or limb as required, or removing an entire tree or grove, now whispering and cooing through the branches like a sleepy child, now roaring like the ocean, the winds blessing the forests the winds, with ineffable beauty and harmony as the sure result. After one has seen pines 6 feet in diameter bending like grasses before a mountain gale, and ever and anon some giant falling with a crash that shakes the hills, it seems astonishing that any, save the lowest thick-set trees, could ever have found a period sufficiently stormless to establish themselves, or once established, that they should not, sooner or later, have been blown down. But when the storm is over, and we behold the same forests tranquil again, towering fresh and unscathed in erect majesty, and consider what centuries of storms have fallen upon them since they were first planted, hail to break the tender seedlings, lightning to scorch and shatter, snow, winds, and avalanches to crush and overwhelm, while the manifest result of all this wild storm culture is the glorious perfection we behold, then faith in nature's forestry is established, and we cease to deplore the violence of her most destructive gales, or of any other storm implement whatsoever. There are 2 trees in the Sierra forests that are never blown down, so long as they continue in sound health. These are the juniper and the dwarf pine of the summit peaks. Their stiff, crooked roots grip the storm-beaten ledges like eagles' claws, while their lithe, cord-like branches bend round compliantly, offering but slight holds for winds, however violent. The other alpine conifers, the needle pine, mountain pine, 2-leaved pine, and hemlock spruce, are never thinned out by this agent to any destructive extent, on account of their admirable toughness and the closeness of their growth. In general, the same is true of the giants of the lower zones. The kingly sugar pine, towering aloft to a height of more than 200 feet, offers a fine mark to storm winds, but it is not densely foliaged, and its long horizontal arms swing round compliantly in the blast, like tresses of green fluent algae in a brook, while the silver firs in most places keep their ranks well together in united strength. The yellow or silver pine is more frequently overturned than any other tree on the Sierra, because its leaves and branches form a larger mass in proportion to its height, while in many places it is planted sparsely, leaving open lanes through which storms may enter with full force. Furthermore, because it is distributed along the lower portion of the range, which was the first to be left bare on the breaking up of the ice sheet at the close of the glacial winter, the soil it is growing upon has been longer exposed to post-glacial weathering, and consequently is in a more crumbling, decayed condition than the fresher soils farther up the range, and therefore offers a less secure anchorage for the roots. While exploring the forest zones of Mount Shasta, I discovered the path of a hurricane strewn with thousands of pines of this species. Great and small had been uprooted or wrenched off by sheer force, making a clean gap, like that made by a snow avalanche. But hurricanes capable of doing this class of work are rare in the Sierra, and when we have explored the forests from one extremity of the range to the other, we are compelled to believe that they are the most beautiful on the face of the earth, however we may regard the agents that have made them so. There is always something deeply exciting not only in the sounds of winds in the woods, which exert more or less influence over every mind, but in their varied water-like flow as manifested by the movements of the trees, especially those of the conifers. By no other trees are they rendered so extensively and impressively visible, not even by the lordly tropic palms or tree ferns responsive to the gentlest breeze. The waving of a forest of the giant sequoias is indescribably impressive and sublime, but the pines seem to me the best interpreters of winds. They are mighty waving goldenrods, ever in tune, singing and writing wind music all their long century lives. Little, however, of this noble tree waving and tree music will you see or hear in the strictly alpine portion of the forests. The burly juniper, whose girth sometimes more than equals its height, is about as rigid as the rocks on which it grows. The slender lash-like sprays of the dwarf pine stream out in wavering ripples, but the tallest and slenderest are far too unyielding to wave even in the heaviest gales. They only shake in quick, short vibrations. The hemlock spruce, however, and the mountain pine, and some of the tallest thickets of the two-leaved species bow in storms with considerable scope and gracefulness. But it is only in the lower and middle zones that the meeting of winds and woods is to be seen in all its grandeur. One of the most beautiful and exhilarating storms I ever enjoyed in the Sierra occurred in December 1874, when I happened to be exploring one of the tributary valleys of the Yuba River. The sky and the ground and the trees had been thoroughly rain-washed and were dry again. The day was intensely pure, one of those incomparable bits of California winter, warm and balmy and full of white sparkling sunshine, redolent of all the purest influences of the spring, and at the same time enlivened with one of the most bracing windstorms conceivable. Instead of camping out, as I usually do, I then chanced to be stopping at the house of a friend. But when the storm began to sound, I lost no time in pushing out into the woods to enjoy it. For on such occasions nature has always something rare to show us, and the danger to life and limb is hardly greater than one would experience crouching deprecatingly beneath a roof. It was still early morning when I found myself fairly adrift. Delicious sunshine came pouring over the hills, lighting the tops of the pines, and setting free a steam of summery fragrance that contrasted strangely with the wild tones of the storm. The air was mottled with pine tassels and bright green plumes that went flashing past in the sunlight like birds pursued, but there was not the slightest dustiness, nothing less pure than leaves and ripe pollen and flecks of withered bracken and moss. I heard trees falling for hours at the rate of one every 2 or 3 minutes, some uprooted, partly on account of the loose, water-soaked condition of the ground, others broken straight across, where some weakness caused by fire had determined the spot. The gestures of the various trees made a delightful study. Young sugar pines, light and feathery as squirrel tails, were bowing almost to the ground, while the grand old patriarchs, whose massive boles had been tried in 100 storms, waved solemnly above them, their long arching branches streaming fluently on the gale, and every needle thrilling and ringing and shedding off keen lances of light like a diamond. The Douglas spruces, with long sprays drawn out in level tresses and needles massed in a gray shimmering glow, presented a most striking appearance as they stood in bold relief along the hilltops. The madronios in the dells, with their red bark and large glossy leaves tilted every way, reflected the sunshine in throbbing spangles like those one so often sees on the rippled surface of a glacier lake. But the silver pines were now the most impressively beautiful of all. Colossal spires 200 feet in height waved like supple goldenrods, chanting and bowing low as if in worship, while the whole mass of their long, tremulous foliage was kindled into one continuous blaze of white sunfire. The force of the gale was such that the most steadfast monarch of them all rocked down to its roots with a motion plainly perceptible when one leaned against it. Nature was holding high festival, and every fiber of the most rigid giants thrilled with glad excitement. I drifted on through the midst of this passionate music and motion across many a glen from ridge to ridge, often halting in the lee of a rock for shelter or to gaze and listen. Even when the grand anthem had swelled to its highest pitch, I could distinctly hear the varying tones of individual trees, spruce and fir and pine and leafless oak, and even the infinitely gentle rustle of the withered grasses at my feet. Each was expressing itself in its own way, singing its own song, and making its own peculiar gestures, manifesting a richness of variety to be found in no other forest I have yet seen. The coniferous woods of Canada and the Carolinas and Florida are made up of trees that resemble one another about as nearly as blades of grass, and grow close together in much the same way. Coniferous trees in general seldom possess individual character, such as is manifest among oaks and elms. But the California forests are made up of a greater number of distinct species than any other in the world, and in them we find not only a marked differentiation into special groups, but also a marked individuality in almost every tree, giving rise to storm effects indescribably glorious. Toward midday, after a long tingling scramble through copses of hazel and ceanothus, I gained the summit of the highest ridge in the neighborhood, and then it occurred to me that it would be a fine thing to climb one of the trees, to obtain a wider outlook and get my ear close to the Aeolian music of its topmost needles. But under the circumstances the choice of a tree was a serious matter. One whose instep was not very strong seemed in danger of being blown down or of being struck by others in case they should fall. Another was branchless to a considerable height above the ground, and at the same time too large to be grasped with arms and legs in climbing, while others were not favorably situated for clear views. After cautiously casting about, I made choice of the tallest of a group of Douglas spruces that were growing close together like a tuft of grass, no one of which seemed likely to fall unless all the rest fell with it. Though comparatively young, they were about 100 feet high, and their lithe, brushy tops were rocking and swirling in wild ecstasy. Being accustomed to climb trees in making botanical studies, I experienced no difficulty in reaching the top of this one, and never before did I enjoy so noble an exhilaration of motion. The slender tops fairly flapped and swished in the passionate torrent, bending and swirling backward and forward, round and round, tracing indescribable combinations of vertical and horizontal curves, while I clung with muscles firm braced, like a bobolink on a reed. In its widest sweeps my treetop described an arc of from 20 to 30 degrees, but I felt sure of its elastic temper, having seen others of the same species still more severely tried, bent almost to the ground, indeed, in heavy snows, without breaking a fiber. I was therefore safe and free to take the wind into my pulses and enjoy the excited forest from my superb outlook. The view from here must be extremely beautiful in any weather. Now my eye roved over the piney hills and dales as over fields of waving grain, and felt the light running in ripples and broad swelling undulations across the valleys from ridge to ridge, as the shining foliage was stirred by corresponding waves of air. Oftentimes these waves of reflected light would break up suddenly into a kind of beaten foam, and again, after chasing one another in regular order, they would seem to bend forward in concentric curves and disappear on some hillside, like sea waves on a shelving shore. The quantity of light reflected from the bent needles was so great as to make whole groves appear as if covered in snow, while the black shadows beneath the trees greatly enhanced the effect of the silvery splendor. Excepting only the shadows, there was nothing somber in all this wild sea of pines. On the contrary, notwithstanding this was the winter season, the colors were remarkably beautiful. The shafts of the pine and libocedrus were brown and purple, and most of the foliage was well tinged with yellow. The laurel groves, with the pale undersides of their leaves turned upward, made masses of gray, and then there was many a dash of chocolate color from groups of manzanita, and jet of vivid crimson from the bark of the madroneos, while the ground on the hillsides, appearing here and there through openings between the groves, displayed masses of pale purple and brown. The sounds of the storm corresponded gloriously with this wild exuberance of light and motion. The profound bass of the naked branches and boles booming like waterfalls, the quick, tense vibrations of the pine needles, now rising to a shrill whistling hiss, now falling to a silky murmur, the rustling of laurel groves in the dells, and the keen metallic click of leaf on leaf, all this was heard in easy analysis when the attention was calmly bent. The varied gestures of the multitude were seen to fine advantage, so that one could recognize the different species at a distance of several miles by this means alone, as well as by their forms and colors and the way they reflected the light. All seemed strong and comfortable, as if really enjoying the storm, while responding to its most enthusiastic greetings. We hear much nowadays concerning the universal struggle for existence, but no struggle in the common meaning of the word was manifest here, no recognition of danger by any tree, no deprecation, but rather an invincible gladness, as remote from exultation as from fear. I kept my lofty perch for hours, frequently closing my eyes to enjoy the music by itself, or to feast quietly on the delicious fragrance that was streaming past. The fragrance of the woods was less marked than that produced during warm rain, when so many balsamic buds and leaves are steeped like tea, but from the chafing of resiny branches against each other, and the incessant attrition of myriads of needles, the gale was spiced to a very tonic degree. And besides the fragrance from these local sources, there were traces of scents brought from afar, for this wind came first from the sea, rubbing against its fresh briny waves, then distilled through the redwoods, threading rich ferny gulches, and spreading itself in broad undulating currents over many a flower-enameled ridge of the coast mountains, then across the golden plains, up the purple foothills, and into these piney woods with the varied incense gathered by the way. Winds are advertisements of all they touch, however much or little we may be able to read them, telling their wanderings even by their scents alone. Mariners detect the flowery perfume of land winds far at sea, and sea winds carry the fragrance of dulse and tangle far inland, where it is quickly recognized, though mingled with the scents of 1,000 land flowers. As an illustration of this, I may tell here that I breathed sea air on the Firth of Forth, in Scotland, while a boy, then was taken to Wisconsin, where I remained 19 years, then, without in all this time having breathed one breath of the sea, I walked quietly, alone, from the middle of the Mississippi Valley to the Gulf of Mexico, on a botanical excursion, and while in Florida, far from the coast, my attention wholly bent on the splendid tropical vegetation about me, I suddenly recognized a sea breeze as it came sifting through the palmettos and blooming vine tangles, which at once awakened and set free 1,000 dormant associations, and made me a boy again in Scotland, as if all the intervening years had been annihilated. Most people like to look at mountain rivers and bear them in mind, but few care to look at the winds, though far more beautiful and sublime, and though they become at times about as visible as flowing water. When the north winds in winter are making upward sweeps over the curving summits of the High Sierra, the fact is sometimes published with flying snow banners a mile long. Those portions of the winds thus embodied can scarce be wholly invisible, even to the darkest imagination, and when we look around over an agitated forest, we may see something of the wind that stirs it by its effects upon the trees. Yonder it descends in a rush of water-like ripples, and sweeps over the bending pines from hill to hill. Nearer we see detached plumes and leaves, now speeding by on level currents, now whirling in eddies, or escaping over the edges of the whirls, soaring aloft on grand upswelling domes of air, or tossing on flame-like crests. Smooth deep currents, cascades, falls, and swirling eddies sing around every tree and leaf, and over all the varied topography of the region, with telling changes of form, like mountain rivers conforming to the features of their channels. After tracing the Sierra streams from their fountains to the plains, marking where they bloom white in falls, glide in crystal plumes, surge gray and foam-filled in boulder-choked gorges, and slip through the woods in long, tranquil reaches, after thus learning their language and forms in detail, we may at length hear them chanting all together in one grand anthem, and comprehend them all in clear inner vision, covering the range like lace. But even this spectacle is far less sublime and not a whit more substantial than what we may behold of these storm streams of air in the mountain woods. We all travel the Milky Way together, trees and men, but it never occurred to me until this storm day, while swinging in the wind, that trees are travelers in the ordinary sense. They make many journeys, not extensive ones, it is true, but our own little journeys, away and back again, are only little more than tree wavings, many of them not so much. When the storm began to abate, I dismounted and sauntered down through the calming woods. The storm tones died away, and turning towards the east, I beheld the countless hosts of the forests, hushed and tranquil, towering above one another on the slopes of the hills like a devout audience. The setting sun filled them with amber light, and seemed to say, while they listened, "My peace I give unto you." As I gazed on the impressive scene, all the so-called ruin of the storm was forgotten, and never before did these noble woods appear so fresh, so joyous, so immortal. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11. The Mountains of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. The Mountains of California by John Muir. Chapter 11. The River Floods. The Sierra rivers are flooded every spring by the melting of the snow as regularly as the famous old Nile. They begin to rise in May, and in June high water mark is reached. But because the melting does not go on rapidly over all the fountains, high and low, simultaneously, and the melted snow is not reinforced at this time of year by rain, the spring floods are seldom very violent or destructive. The Thousand Falls, however, and the cascades in the canyons are then in full bloom, and sing songs from one end of the range to the other. Of course the snow on the lower tributaries of the rivers is first melted, then that on the higher fountains most exposed to sunshine, and about a month later the cooler, shadowy fountains send down their treasures, thus allowing the main trunk streams nearly 6 weeks to get their waters hurried through the foothills and across the lowlands to the sea. Therefore very violent spring floods are avoided, and will be as long as the shading, restraining forests last. The rivers of the north half of the range are still less subject to sudden floods, because their upper fountains in great part lie protected from the changes of the weather beneath thick folds of lava, just as many of the rivers of Alaska lie beneath folds of ice, coming to the light farther down the range in large springs, while those of the high Sierra lie on the surface of solid granite, exposed to every change of temperature. More than 90% of the water derived from the snow and ice of Mount Shasta is at once absorbed and drained away beneath the porous lava folds of the mountain, where mumbling and groping in the dark they at length find larger fissures and tunnel-like caves from which they emerge, filtered and cool, in the form of large springs, some of them so large they give birth to rivers that set out on their journeys beneath the sun without any visible intermediate period of childhood. Thus the Shasta River issues from a large lake-like spring in Shasta Valley, and about 2/3 of the volume of the McCloud River gushes forth suddenly from the face of a lava bluff in a roaring spring 75 yards wide. These spring rivers of the north are of course shorter than those of the south whose tributaries extend up to the tops of the mountains. Fall River, an important tributary of the Pitt or Upper Sacramento, is only about 10 miles long, and is all falls, cascades, and springs from its head to its confluence with the Pitt. Bountiful springs, charmingly embowered, issue from the rocks at one end of it. A snowy fall 180 feet high thunders at the other, and a rush of crystal rapids sing and dance between. Of course such streams are but little affected by the weather. Sheltered from evaporation their flow is nearly as full in autumn as in the time of general spring floods, while those of the High Sierra diminish to less than the 100th part of their springtime prime, shallowing in autumn to a series of silent pools among the rocks and hollows of their channels, connected by feeble, creeping threads of water, like the sluggish sentences of a tired writer, connected by a drizzle of ands and buts. Strange to say, the greatest floods occur in winter, when one would suppose all the wild waters would be muffled and chained in frost and snow. The same long, all-day storms of the so-called rainy season in California, that give rain to the lowlands, give dry frosty snow to the mountains. But at rare intervals warm rains and warm winds invade the mountains and push back the snow line from 2,000 feet to 8,000, or even higher, and then come the big floods. I was usually driven down out of the High Sierra about the end of November, but the winter of 1874 and 1875 was so warm and calm that I was tempted to seek general views of the geology and topography of the basin of Feather River in January, and I had just completed a hasty survey of the region, and made my way down to winter quarters, when one of the grandest flood storms that I ever saw broke on the mountains. I was then in the edge of the main forest belt at a small foothill town called Knoxville, on the divide between the waters of the Feather and Yuba rivers. The cause of this notable flood was simply a sudden and copious fall of warm wind and rain on the basins of these rivers at a time when they contained a considerable quantity of snow. The rain was so heavy and long sustained that it was, of itself, sufficient to make a good wild flood, while the snow which the warm wind and rain melted on the upper and middle regions of the basin was sufficient to make another flood equal to that of the rain. Now these two distinct harvests of flood waters were gathered simultaneously and poured out on the plain in one magnificent avalanche. The basins of the Yuba and Feather, like many others of the Sierra, are admirably adapted to the growth of floods of this kind. Their many tributaries radiate far and wide, comprehending extensive areas, and the tributaries are steeply inclined, while the trunks are comparatively level. While the flood storm was in progress, the thermometer at Knoxville ranged between 44 degrees and 50 degrees, and when warm wind and warm rain fell simultaneously on snow contained in basins like these, both the rain and that portion of the snow which the rain and wind melt are at first sponged up and held back until the combined mass becomes sludge, which at length, suddenly dissolving, slips and descends altogether to the trunk channel, and since the deeper the stream the faster it flows, the flooded portion of the current above overtakes the slower foothill portion below it, and all sweeping forward together with a high, overcurling front, debouches on the open plain with a violence and suddenness that at first seem wholly unaccountable. The destructiveness of the lower portion of this particular flood was somewhat augmented by mining gravel in the river channels, and by levees which gave way after having at first restrained and held back the accumulating waters. These exaggerating conditions did not, however, greatly influence the general result, the main effect having been caused by the rare combination of flood factors indicated above. It is a pity that but few people meet and enjoy storms so noble as this in their homes in the mountains, for spending themselves in the open levels of the plains, they are likely to be remembered more by the bridges and houses they carry away than by their beauty or the thousand blessings they bring to the fields and gardens of nature. On the morning of the flood, January 19th, all the Feather and Yuba landscapes were covered with running water. Muddy torrents filled every gulch and ravine, and the sky was thick with rain. The pines had long been sleeping in sunshine. They were now awake, roaring and waving with the beating storm, and the winds sweeping along the curves of hill and dale, streaming through the woods, surging and gurgling on the tops of rocky ridges, made the wildest of wild storm melody. It was easy to see that only a small part of the rain reached the ground in the form of drops. Most of it was thrashed into dusty spray like that into which small waterfalls are divided when they dash on shelving rocks. Never have I seen water coming from the sky in denser or more passionate streams. The wind chased the spray forward in choking drifts, and compelled me again and again to seek shelter in the dell copses and back of large trees, to rest and catch my breath. Wherever I went, on ridges or in hollows, enthusiastic water still flashed and gurgled about my ankles, recalling a wild winter flood in Yosemite, when 100 waterfalls came booming and chanting together and filled the grand valley with a sea-like roar. After drifting an hour or two in the lower woods, I set out for the summit of a hill 900 feet high, with a view to getting as near the heart of the storm as possible. In order to reach it I had to cross Dry Creek, a tributary of the Yuba that goes crawling along the base of the hill on the northwest. It was now a booming river as large as a Tuolumne at ordinary stages, its current brown with mining mud washed down from many a claim, and mottled with sluice boxes, fence rails, and logs that had long lain above its reach. A slim footbridge stretched across it, now scarcely above the swollen current. Here I was glad to linger, gazing and listening, while the storm was in its richest mood, the grey rain flood above, the brown river flood below. The language of the river was scarcely less enchanting than that of the wind and rain, the sublime overboom of the main bouncing, exalted current, the swash and gurgle of the eddies, the keen dash and clash of heavy waves breaking against rocks, and the smooth, downy hush of shallow currents feeling their way through the willow thickets of the margin. And amid all this varied throng of sounds I heard the smothered bumping and rumbling of boulders on the bottom as they were shoving and rolling forward against one another in a wild rush, after having lain still for probably 100 years or more. The glad creek rose high above its banks and wandered from its channel out over many a briery sand flat and meadow. Alders and willows waist deep were bearing up against the current with nervous trembling gestures, as if afraid of being carried away, while supple branches bending confidingly dipped lightly and rose again, as if stroking the wild waters in play. Leaving the bridge and passing on through the storm-thrashed woods, all the ground seemed to be moving. Pine tassels, flakes of bark, soil, leaves, and broken branches were being swept forward, and many a rock fragment, weathered from exposed ledges, was now receiving its first rounding and polishing in the wild streams of the storm. On they rushed through every gulch and hollow, leaping, gliding, working with a will, and rejoicing like living creatures. Nor was the flood confined to the ground. Every tree had a water system of its own spreading far and wide like miniature Amazons and Mississippis. Toward midday, cloud, wind, and rain reached their highest development. The storm was in full bloom, and formed, from my commanding outlook on the hilltop, one of the most glorious views I ever beheld. As far as the eye could reach, above, beneath, around, wind-driven rain filled the air like one vast waterfall. Detached clouds swept imposingly up the valley, as if they were endowed with independent motion, and had special work to do in replenishing the mountain wells, now rising above the pine tops, now descending into their midst, fondling their arrowy spires and soothing every branch and leaf with gentleness in the midst of all the savage sound and motion. Others, keeping near the ground, glided behind separate groves, and brought them forward into relief with admirable distinctness, or, passing in front, eclipsed whole groves in succession, pine after pine melting in their grey fringes and bursting forth again seemingly clearer than before. The forms of storms are in great part measured, and controlled by the topography of the regions where they rise and over which they pass. When, therefore, we attempt to study them from the valleys, or from gaps and openings of the forest, we are confounded by a multitude of separate and apparently antagonistic impressions. The bottom of the storm is broken up into innumerable waves and currents that surge against the hillsides like sea waves against a shore, and these, reacting on the nether surface of the storm, erode immense cavernous hollows and canyons, and sweep forward the resulting detritus in long trains, like the moraines of glaciers. But, as we ascend, these partial, confusing effects disappear, and the phenomena are beheld united and harmonious. The longer I gazed into the storm, the more plainly visible it became. The drifting cloud detritus gave it a kind of visible body, which explained many perplexing phenomena, and published its movements in plain terms, while the texture of the falling mass of rain rounded it out and rendered it more complete. Because raindrops differ in size, they fall at different velocities, and overtake and clash against one another, producing mist and spray. They also, of course, yield unequal compliance to the force of the wind, which gives rise to a still greater degree of interference, and passionate gusts sweep off clouds of spray from the groves like that torn from wave tops in a gale. All these factors of irregularity in density, colour, and texture of the general rain mass tend to make it the more appreciable and telling. It is then seen as one grand flood rushing over bank and brae, bending the pines like weeds, curving this way and that, whirling in huge eddies in hollows and dells, while the main current pours grandly over all, like ocean currents over the landscapes that lie hidden at the bottom of the sea. I watched the gestures of the pines while the storm was at its height, and it was easy to see that they were not distressed. Several large sugar pines stood near the thicket in which I was sheltered, bowing solemnly and tossing their long arms as if interpreting the very words of the storm while accepting its wildest onsets with passionate exhilaration. The lions were feeding. Those who have observed sunflowers feasting on sunshine during the golden days of Indian summer know that none of these gestures express thankfulness. Their celestial food is too heartily given, too heartily taken to leave room for thanks. The pines were evidently accepting the benefactions of the storm in the same whole-souled manner, and when I looked down among the budding hazels, and still lower to the young violets and fern tufts on the rocks, I noticed the same divine methods of giving and taking, and the same exquisite adaptations of what seems an outbreak of violent and uncontrollable force to the purposes of beautiful and delicate life. Calms like sleep come upon landscapes, just as they do on people and trees, and storms awaken them in the same way. In the dry midsummer of the lower portion of the range, the withered hills and valleys seem to lie as empty and expressionless as dead shells on a shore. Even the highest mountains may be found occasionally dull and uncommunicative, as if in some way they had lost countenance and shrunk to less than half their real stature. But when the lightnings crash and echo in the canyons, and the clouds come down wreathing and crowning their bald snowy heads, every feature beams with expression, and they rise again in all their imposing majesty. Storms are fine speakers, and tell all they know, but their voices of lightning, torrent, and rushing wind are much less numerous than the nameless still. Small voices too low for human ears, and because we are poor listeners we fail to catch much that is fairly within reach. Our best rains are heard mostly on roofs, and winds in chimneys, and when by choice or compulsion we are pushed into the heart of a storm, the confusion made by cumbersome equipments, and nervous haste, and mean fear, prevent our hearing any other than the loudest expressions. Yet we may draw enjoyment from storm sounds that are beyond hearing, and storm movements we cannot see. The sublime world of planets around their suns is as silent as raindrops oozing in the dark among the roots of plants. In this great storm, as in every other, there were tones and gestures inexpressibly gentle manifested in the midst of what is called violence and fury, but easily recognized by all who look and listen for them. The rain brought out the colors of the woods with delightful freshness. The rich brown of the bark of the trees and the fallen burs and leaves and dead ferns, the greys of rocks and lichens, the light purple of swelling buds, and the warm yellow greens of the libocedrus and mosses. The air was steaming with delightful fragrance, not rising and wafting past in separate masses, but diffused through all the atmosphere. Pine woods are always fragrant, but most so in spring when the young tassels are opening, and in warm weather when the various gums and balsams are softened by the sun. The wind was now chafing their innumerable needles and the warm rain was steeping them. Monardella grows here in large beds in the openings, and there is plenty of laurel in dells and manzanita on the hillsides, and the rosy, fragrant chamoebatia carpets on the ground almost everywhere. These, with the gums and balsams of the woods, form the main local fragrance fountains of the storm. The ascending clouds of aroma, wind rolled and rain washed, became pure like light, and travelled with the wind as part of it. Toward the middle of the afternoon the main flood cloud lifted along its western border, revealing a beautiful section of the Sacramento Valley some 20 or 30 miles away, brilliantly sun-lighted and glistering with rain sheets, as if paved with silver. Soon afterward a jagged bluff-like cloud with a sheer face appeared over the valley of the Yuba, dark-colored and roughened with numerous furrows like some huge lava table. The Blue Coast Range was seen stretching along the sky like a beveled wall, and the somber, craggy Marysville Buttes rose impressively out of the flooded plain like islands out of the sea. Then the rain began to abate, and I sauntered down through the dripping bushes, reveling in the universal vigor and freshness that inspired all the life about me. How clean and unworn and immortal the woods seemed to be, the lofty cedars in full bloom laden with golden pollen, and their washed plumes shining, the pines rocking gently and settling back into rest, and the evening sunbeams spangling on the broad leaves of the madronas, their tracery of yellow boughs relieved against dusky thickets of chestnut oak, liverworts, lycopodiums. Ferns were exulting in glorious revival, and every moss that had ever lived seemed to be coming crowding back from the dead to clothe each trunk and stone in living green. The steaming ground seemed fairly to throb and tingle with life. Smilax, fritillaria, saxifrage, and young violets were pushing up as if already conscious of the summer glory, and innumerable green and yellow buds were peeping and smiling everywhere. As for the birds and squirrels, not a wing or tail of them was to be seen while the storm was blowing. Squirrels dislike wet weather more than cats do, therefore they were at home, rocking in their dry nests. The birds were hiding in the dells out of the wind, some of the strongest of them pecking at acorns and manzanita berries, but most were perched on low twigs, their breast feathers puffed out and keeping one another company through the hard time as best they could. When I arrived at the village about sundown, the good people bestirred themselves, pitying my bedraggled condition as if I were some benumbed castaway snatched from the sea, while I, in turn, warm with excitement and reeking like the ground, pitied them for being dry and defrauded of all the glory that nature had spread round about them that day. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The Mountains of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laurie Ann Walden. The Mountains of California by John Muir. Chapter 12. Sierra Thunderstorms. The weather of spring and summer in the middle region of the Sierra is usually well flecked with rains and light dustings of snow, most of which are far too obviously joyful and life-giving to be regarded as storms, and in the picturesque beauty and clearness of outlines of their clouds they offer striking contrasts to those boundless, all-embracing cloud mantles of the storms of winter. The smallest and most perfectly individualized specimens present a richly mottled cumulus cloud rising above the dark woods about 11 a.m., swelling with a visible motion straight up into the calm sunny sky to a height of 12,000 to 14,000 feet above the sea, its white, pearly bosses relieved by gray and pale purple shadows in the hollows, and showing outlines as keenly defined as those of the glacier-polished domes. In less than an hour it attains full development and stands poised in the blazing sunshine like some colossal mountain, as beautiful in form and finish as if it were to become a permanent addition to the landscape. Presently a thunderbolt crashes through the crisp air, ringing like steel on steel, sharp and clear, its startling detonation breaking into a spray of echoes against the cliffs and canyon walls. Then down comes a cataract of rain. The big drops sift through the pine needles, plash and patter on the granite pavements, and pour down the sides of ridges and domes in a network of gray, bubbling rills. In a few minutes the cloud withers to a mesh of dim filaments and disappears, leaving the sky perfectly clear and bright, every dust particle wiped and washed out of it. Everything is refreshed and invigorated, a steam of fragrance rises, and the storm is finished. One cloud, one lightning stroke, and one dash of rain. This is the Sierra midsummer thunderstorm reduced to its lowest terms. But some of them attain much larger proportions and assume a grandeur and energy of expression hardly surpassed by those bred in the depths of winter, producing those sudden floods called cloudbursts, which are local and to a considerable extent periodical, for they appear nearly every day about the same time for weeks, usually about 11 o'clock and lasting from 5 minutes to an hour or two. One soon becomes so accustomed to see them that the noon sky seems empty and abandoned without them, as if nature were forgetting something. When the glorious pearl and alabaster clouds of those noonday storms are being built, I never give attention to anything else. No mountain or mountain range, however divinely clothed with light, has a more enduring charm than those fleeting mountains of the sky, floating fountains bearing water for every well, the angels of the streams and lakes, brooding in the deep azure, or sweeping softly along the ground over ridge and dome, over meadow, over forest, over garden and grove, lingering with cooling shadows, refreshing every flower, and soothing rugged rock brows with a gentleness of touch and gesture wholly divine. The most beautiful and imposing of the summer storms rise just above the upper edge of the silver fir zone, and all are so beautiful that it is not easy to choose any one for particular description. The one that I remember best fell on the mountains near Yosemite Valley, July 19, 1869, while I was encamped in the silver fir woods. A range of bossy cumuli took possession of the sky, huge domes and peaks rising one beyond another, with deep canyons between them, bending this way and that in long curves and reaches, interrupted here and there with white upboiling masses that looked like the spray of waterfalls. Zigzag lances of lightning followed each other in quick succession, and the thunder was so gloriously loud and massive, it seemed as if surely an entire mountain was being shattered at every stroke. Only the trees were touched, however, so far as I could see. A few firs 200 feet high, perhaps, and 5 to 6 feet in diameter were split into long rails and slivers, from top to bottom, and scattered to all points of the compass. Then came the rain in a hearty flood, covering the ground and making it shine with a continuous sheet of water that, like a transparent film or skin, fitted closely down over all the rugged anatomy of the landscape. It is not long, geologically speaking, since the first raindrop fell on the present landscapes of the Sierra, and in the few tens of thousands of years of stormy cultivation they have been blessed with, how beautiful they have become! The first rains fell on raw, crumbling moraines and rocks without a plant. Now scarcely a drop can fail to find a beautiful mark, on the tops of the peaks, on the smooth glacier pavements, on the curves of the domes, on moraines full of crystals, on the thousand forms of Yosemitic sculpture, with their tender beauty of balmy, flowery vegetation, laving, plashing, glinting, pattering, some falling softly on meadows, creeping out of sight, seeking and finding every thirsty rootlet, some through the spires of the woods, sifting in dust through the needles, and whispering good cheer to each of them, some falling with blunt tapping sounds drumming on the broad leaves of veratrum, cypripedium, saxifrage, some falling straight into fragrant corollas, kissing the lips of lilies, glinting on the sides of crystals, on shining grains of gold, some falling into the fountains of snow to swell their well-saved stores, some into the lakes and rivers, patting the smooth glassy levels, making dimples and bells and spray, washing the mountain windows, washing the wandering winds, some plashing into the heart of snowy falls and cascades as if eager to join in the dance and the song and beat the foam yet finer. Good work and happy work for the merry mountain raindrops, each one of them a brave fall in itself, rushing from the cliffs and hollows of the clouds into the cliffs and hollows of the mountains, away from the thunder of the sky into the thunder of the roaring rivers. And how far they have to go, and how many cups to fill, Cassiope cups holding half a drop, and lake basins between the hills, each replenished with equal care, every drop God's messenger sent on its way with glorious pomp and display of power, silvery new-born stars with lake and river, mountain and valley, all that the landscape holds, reflected in their crystal depths. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of the Mountains of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mountains of California by John Muir. Chapter 13. The Water Ouzel. The waterfalls of the Sierra are frequented by only one bird, the ouzel or water thrush, Cinclus mexicanus, S.W. He is a singularly joyous and lovable little fellow, about the size of a robin, clad in a plain waterproof suit of bluish gray, with a tinge of chocolate on the head and shoulders. In form he is about as smoothly plump and compact as a pebble that has been whirled in a pot-hole, the flowing contour of his body being interrupted only by his strong feet and bill, the crisped wing-tips and the upslanted wren-like tail. Among all the countless waterfalls I have met in the course of 10 years' exploration in the Sierra, whether among the icy peaks or warm foothills, or in the profound Yosemite canyons of the middle region, not one was found without its ouzel. No canyon is too cold for this little bird, none too lonely, provided it be rich in falling water. Find a fall or cascade or rushing rapid anywhere upon a clear stream, and there you will surely find its complementary ouzel, flitting about in the spray, diving in foaming eddies, whirling like a leaf among beaten foam bells, ever vigorous and enthusiastic, yet self-contained, and neither seeking nor shunning your company. If disturbed while dipping about in the margin shallows, he either sets off with a rapid whir to some other feeding ground up or down the stream, or alights on some half-submerged rock or snag out in the current, and immediately begins to nod and curtsy like a wren, turning his head from side to side, with many other odd dainty movements that never fail to fix the attention of the observer. He is the mountain stream's own darling, the hummingbird of blooming waters, loving rocky ripple slopes and sheets of foam as a bee loves flowers, as a lark loves sunshine and meadows. Among all the mountain birds, none has cheered me so much in my lonely wanderings, none so unfailingly. For both in winter and summer he sings, sweetly, cheerily, independent alike of sunshine and of love, requiring no other inspiration than the stream on which he dwells. While water sings, so must he, in heat or cold, calm or storm, ever attuning his voice in sure accord, low in the drought of summer and the drought of winter, but never silent. During the golden days of Indian summer, after most of the snow has been melted, and the mountain streams have become feeble, a succession of silent pools, linked together by shallow, transparent currents and strips of silvery lacework, then the song of the ouzel is at its lowest ebb. But as soon as the winter clouds have bloomed, and the mountain treasuries are once more replenished with snow, the voices of the streams and ouzels increase in strength and richness until the flood season of early summer. Then the torrents chant their noblest anthems, and then is the flood time of our songster's melody. As for weather, dark days and Sundays are the same to him. The voices of most songbirds, however joyous, suffer a long winter eclipse, but the ouzel sings on through all the seasons and every kind of storm. Indeed, no storm can be more violent than those of the waterfalls in the midst of which he delights to dwell. However dark and boisterous the weather, snowing, blowing, or cloudy, all the same he sings, and with never a note of sadness. No need of spring sunshine to thaw his song, for it never freezes. Never shall you hear anything wintry from his warm breast, no pinch cheeping, no wavering notes between sorrow and joy. His mellow, fluty voice is ever tuned to downright gladness, as free from dejection as cock-crowing. It is pitiful to see wee frost-pinched sparrows on cold mornings in the mountain groves, shaking the snow from their feathers, and hopping about as if anxious to be cheery, then hastening back to their hidings out of the wind, puffing out their breast feathers over their toes, and subsiding among the leaves, cold and breakfastless, while the snow continues to fall and there is no sign of clearing. But the ouzel never calls forth a single touch of pity, not because he is strong to endure, but rather because he seems to live a charmed life beyond the reach of every influence that makes endurance necessary. One wild winter morning, when Yosemite Valley was swept its length from west to east by a cordial snowstorm, I sallied forth to see what I might learn and enjoy. A sort of gray, gloaming like darkness filled the valley. The huge walls were out of sight, all ordinary sounds were smothered, and even the loudest booming of the falls was at times buried beneath the roar of the heavy laden blast. The loose snow was already over 5 feet deep on the meadows, making extended walks impossible without the aid of snowshoes. I found no great difficulty, however, in making my way to a certain ripple on the river where one of my ouzels lived. He was at home, busily gleaning his breakfast among the pebbles of a shallow portion of the margin, apparently unaware of anything extraordinary in the weather. Presently he flew out to a stone against which the icy current was beating, and turning his back to the wind, sang as delightfully as a lark in springtime. After spending an hour or two with my favorite, I made my way across the valley, boring and wallowing through the drifts, to learn as definitely as possible how the other birds were spending their time. The Yosemite birds are easily found during the winter because all of them excepting the ouzel are restricted to the sunny north side of the valley, the south side being constantly eclipsed by the great frosty shadow of the wall. And, because the Indian Cañon groves, from their peculiar exposure, are the warmest, the birds congregate there, more especially in severe weather. I found most of the robins cowering on the lee side of the larger branches, where the snow could not fall upon them, while 2 or 3 of the more enterprising were making desperate efforts to reach the mistletoe berries by clinging nervously to the underside of the snow-crowned masses, back downward, like woodpeckers. Every now and then they would dislodge some of the loose fringes of the snow crown, which would come sifting down on them, and send them screaming back to camp, where they would subside among their companions with a shiver, muttering in low, querulous chatter like hungry children. Some of the sparrows were busy at the foot of the larger trees, gleaning seeds and benumbed insects, joined now and then by a robin weary of his unsuccessful attempts upon the snow-covered berries. The brave woodpeckers were clinging to the snowless sides of the larger boles and overarching branches of the camp trees, making short flights from side to side of the grove, pecking now and then at the acorns they had stored in the bark, and chattering aimlessly as if unable to keep still, yet evidently putting in the time in a very dull way, like storm-bound travelers at a country tavern. The hardy nuthatches were threading the open furrows of the trunks in their usual industrious manner, and uttering their quaint notes, evidently less distressed than their neighbors. The stellar jays were of course making more noisy stir than all the other birds combined, ever coming and going with loud bluster, screaming as if each had a lump of melting sludge in his throat, and taking good care to improve the favorable opportunity afforded by the storm to steal from the acorn stores of the woodpeckers. I also noticed one solitary gray eagle braving the storm on the top of a tall pine stump just outside the main grove. He was standing bolt upright with his back to the wind, a tuft of snow piled on his square shoulders, a monument of passive endurance. Thus every snow-bound bird seemed more or less uncomfortable, if not in positive distress. The storm was reflected in every gesture, and not one cheerful note, not to say song, came from a single bill, their cowering, joyless endurance offering a striking contrast to the spontaneous, irresistible gladness of the ouzel, who could no more help exhaling sweet song than a rose sweet fragrance. He must sing, though the heavens fall. I remember noticing the distress of a pair of robins during the violent earthquake of the year 1872, when the pines of the valley, with strange movements, flapped and waved their branches, and beetling rock brows came thundering down to the meadows in tremendous avalanches. It did not occur to me in the midst of the excitement of other observations to look for the ouzels, but I doubt not they were singing straight on through it all, regarding the terrible rock thunder as fearlessly as they do the booming of the waterfalls. What may be regarded as the separate songs of the ouzel are exceedingly difficult of description, because they are so variable and at the same time so confluent. Though I have been acquainted with my favorite 10 years, and during most of this time have heard him sing nearly every day, I still detect notes and strains that seem new to me. Nearly all of his music is sweet and tender, lapsing from his round breast like water over the smooth lip of a pool, then breaking farther on into a sparkling foam of melodious notes, which glow with subdued enthusiasm, yet without expressing much of the strong, gushing ecstasy of the bobolink or skylark. The more striking strains are perfect arabesques of melody, composed of a few full, round, mellow notes, embroidered with delicate trills which fade and melt in long, slender cadences. In a general way his music is that of the streams refined and spiritualized. The deep booming notes of the falls are in it, the trills of the rapids, the gurgling of margin eddies, the low whispering of level reaches, and the sweet tinkle of separate drops oozing from the ends of mosses and falling into tranquil pools. The ouzel never sings in chorus with other birds, nor with his kind, but only with the streams. And like flowers that bloom beneath the surface of the ground, some of our favorites' best song blossoms never rise above the surface of the heavier music of the water. I have often observed him singing in the midst of beaten spray, his music completely buried beneath the water's roar, yet I knew he was surely singing by his gestures and the movements of his bill. His food, as far as I have noticed, consists of all kinds of water insects, which in summer are chiefly procured along shallow margins. Here he wades about, ducking his head under water and deftly turning over pebbles and fallen leaves with his bill, seldom choosing to go into deep water where he has to use his wings in diving. He seems to be especially fond of the larvae of mosquitoes found in abundance attached to the bottom of smooth rock channels where the current is shallow. When feeding in such places he wades upstream, and often while his head is under water the swift current is deflected upward along the glossy curves of his neck and shoulders in the form of a clear crystalline shell, which fairly encloses him like a bell glass, the shell being broken and reformed as he lifts and dips his head, while ever and anon he sidles out to where the too powerful current carries him off his feet. Then he dexterously rises on the wing and goes gleaming again in shallower places. But during the winter, when the stream banks are embossed in snow, and the streams themselves are chilled nearly to the freezing point, so that the snow falling into them in stormy weather is not wholly dissolved, but forms a thin blue sludge, thus rendering the current opaque, then he seeks the deeper portions of the main rivers, where he may dive to clear water beneath the sludge. Or he repairs to some open lake or mill pond, at the bottom of which he feeds in safety. When thus compelled to betake himself to a lake, he does not plunge into it at once like a duck, but always alights in the first place upon some rock or fallen pine along the shore. Then flying out 30 or 40 yards, more or less, according to the character of the bottom, he alights with a dainty glint on the surface, swims about, looks down, finally makes up his mind, and disappears with a sharp stroke of his wings. After feeding for 2 or 3 minutes, he suddenly reappears, showers the water from his wings with one vigorous shake, and rises abruptly into the air as if pushed up from beneath, comes back to his perch, sings a few minutes, and goes out to dive again, thus coming and going, singing and diving, at the same place for hours. The ouzel is usually found singly, rarely in pairs, excepting during the breeding season, and very rarely in 3s or 4s. I once observed 3 thus spending a winter morning in company, upon a small glacier lake, on the upper Merced, about 7,500 feet above the level of the sea. A storm had occurred during the night, but the morning sun shone unclouded, and the shadowy lake, gleaming darkly in its setting of fresh snow, lay smooth and motionless as a mirror. My camp chanced to be within a few feet of the water's edge, opposite a fallen pine, some of the branches of which leaned out over the lake. Here my 3 dearly welcome visitors took up their station, and at once began to embroider the frosty air with their delicious melody, doubly delightful to me that particular morning, as I had been somewhat apprehensive of danger in breaking my way down through the snow-choked cañons to the lowlands. The portion of the lake bottom selected for a feeding ground lies at a depth of 15 or 20 feet below the surface, and is covered with a short growth of algae and other aquatic plants. Facts I had previously determined while sailing over it on a raft. After alighting on the glassy surface, they occasionally indulged in a little play, chasing one another round about in small circles. Then all 3 would suddenly dive together, and then come ashore and sing. The ouzel seldom swims more than a few yards on the surface, for not being web-footed he makes rather slow progress, but by means of his strong crisped wings he swims, or rather flies, with celerity under the surface, often to considerable distances. But it is in withstanding the force of heavy rapids that his strength of wing in this respect is most strikingly manifested. The following may be regarded as a fair illustration of his power of subaquatic flight. One stormy morning in winter, when the Merced River was blue and green with unmelted snow, I observed one of my ouzels perched on a snag out in the midst of a swift rushing rapid, singing cheerily, as if everything was just to his mind. And while I stood on the bank admiring him, he suddenly plunged into the sludgy current, leaving his song abruptly broken off. After feeding a minute or 2 at the bottom, and when one would suppose that he must inevitably be swept far downstream, he emerged just where he went down, alighted on the same snag, showered the water beads from his feathers, and continued his unfinished song, seemingly in tranquil ease as if it had suffered no interruption. The ouzel alone of all birds dares to enter a white torrent, and though strictly terrestrial in structure, no other is so inseparably related to water, not even the duck, or the bold ocean albatross, or the stormy petrel. For ducks go ashore as soon as they finish feeding in undisturbed places, and very often make long flights over land from lake to lake or field to field. The same is true of most other aquatic birds, but the ouzel, born on the brink of a stream, or on a snag or boulder in the midst of it, seldom leaves it for a single moment. For notwithstanding he is often on the wing, he never flies over land, but whirs with rapid quail-like beat above the stream, tracing all its windings. Even when the stream is quite small, say from 5 to 10 feet wide, he seldom shortens his flight by crossing a bend, however abrupt it may be, and even when disturbed by meeting someone on the bank, he prefers to fly over one's head, to dodging out over the ground. When therefore his flight along a crooked stream is viewed endwise, it appears most strikingly wavered, a description on the air of every curve with lightning-like rapidity. The vertical curves and angles of the most precipitous torrents he traces with the same rigid fidelity, swooping down the inclines of cascades, dropping sheer over dizzy falls amid the spray, and ascending with the same fearlessness and ease, seldom seeking to lessen the steepness of the acclivity by beginning to ascend before reaching the base of the fall. No matter though it may be several hundred feet in height, he holds straight on, as if about to dash headlong into the throng of booming rockets, then darts abruptly upward, and after alighting at the top of the precipice to rest a moment, proceeds to feed and sing. His flight is solid and impetuous, without any intermission of wing beats, one homogeneous buzz like that of a laden bee on its way home. And while thus buzzing freely from fall to fall, he is frequently heard giving utterance to a long outdrawn train of unmodulated notes, in no way connected with his song, but corresponding closely with his flight in sustained vigor. Were the flights of all the ouzels in the Sierra traced on a chart, they would indicate the direction of the flow of the entire system of ancient glaciers, from about the period of the breaking up of the ice sheet until near the close of the glacial winter, because the streams which the ouzels so rigidly follow are, with the unimportant exceptions of a few side tributaries, all flowing in channels eroded for them out of the solid flank of the range by the vanished glaciers, the streams tracing the ancient glaciers, the ouzels tracing the streams. Nor do we find so complete compliance to glacial conditions in the life of any other mountain bird or animal of any kind. Bears frequently accept the pathways laid down by glaciers as the easiest to travel, but they often leave them and cross over from cañon to cañon. So also, most of the birds trace the moraines to some extent, because the forests are growing on them. But they wander far, crossing the cañons from grove to grove, and draw exceedingly angular and complicated courses. The ouzel's nest is one of the most extraordinary pieces of bird architecture I ever saw, odd and novel in design, perfectly fresh and beautiful, and in every way worthy of the genius of the little builder. It is about a foot in diameter, round and bossy in outline, with a neatly arched opening near the bottom, somewhat like an old-fashioned brick oven or Hottentot's hut. It is built almost exclusively of green and yellow mosses, chiefly the beautiful fronded hypnum that covers the rocks and old drift logs in the vicinity of waterfalls. These are deftly interwoven and felted together into a charming little hut, and so situated that many of the outer mosses continue to flourish as if they had not been plucked. A few fine, silky stem grasses are occasionally found interwoven with the mosses, but, with the exception of a thin layer lining the floor, their presence seems accidental, as if they are of a species found growing with the mosses and are probably plucked with them. The site chosen for this curious mansion is usually some little rock shelf within reaches of the lighter particles of the spray of a waterfall, so that its walls are kept green and growing, at least during the time of high water. No harsh lines are presented by any portion of the nest as seen in place, but when removed from its shelf, the back and bottom, and sometimes a portion of the top, is found quite sharply angular, because it is made to conform to the surface of the rock upon which and against which it is built, the little architect always taking advantage of slight crevices and protuberances that may chance to offer to render his structure stable by means of a kind of gripping and dovetailing. In choosing a building spot, concealment does not seem to be taken into consideration, yet notwithstanding the nest is large and guilelessly exposed to view, it is far from being easily detected, chiefly because it swells forward like any other bulging moss cushion growing naturally in such situations. This is more especially the case where the nest is kept fresh by being well sprinkled. Sometimes these romantic little huts have their beauty enhanced by rock ferns and grasses that spring up around the mossy walls or in front of the door-sill, dripping with crystal beads. Furthermore, at certain hours of the day, when the sunshine is poured down at the required angle, the whole mass of the spray enveloping the fairy establishment is brilliantly irised, and it is through so glorious a rainbow atmosphere as this that some of our blessed ouzels obtain their first peep at the world. Ouzels seem so completely part and parcel of the streams they inhabit, they scarce suggest any other origin than the streams themselves, and one might almost be pardoned in fancying that they come direct from the living waters, like flowers from the ground. At least, from whatever cause, it never occurred to me to look for their nests until more than a year after I had made the acquaintance of the birds themselves, although I found one the very day on which I began the search. In making my way from Yosemite to the glaciers at the heads of the Merced and Tuolumne rivers, I camped in a particularly wild and romantic portion of the Nevada Cañon, where in previous excursions I had never failed to enjoy the company of my favorites, who were attracted here, no doubt, by the safe nesting places in the shelving rocks, and by the abundance of food and falling water. The river, for miles above and below, consists of a succession of small falls from 10 to 60 feet in height, connected by flat, plume-like cascades that go flashing from fall to fall, free and almost channelless, over waving folds of glacier-polished granite. On the south side of one of the falls, that portion of the precipice which is bathed by the spray presents a series of little shelves and tablets caused by the development of planes of cleavage in the granite, and by the consequent fall of masses through the action of the water. Now here, said I, of all places, is the most charming spot for an ouzel's nest. Then carefully scanning the fretted face of the precipice through the spray, I at length noticed a yellowish moss cushion growing on the edge of a level tablet within 5 or 6 feet of the outer folds of the fall. But apart from the fact of its being situated where one acquainted with the lives of ouzels would fancy an ouzel's nest ought to be, there was nothing in its appearance visible at first sight to distinguish it from other bosses of rock moss similarly situated with reference to perennial spray, and it was not until I had scrutinized it again and again, and had removed my shoes and stockings and crept along the face of the rock within 8 or 10 feet of it, that I could decide certainly whether it was a nest or a natural growth. In these moss huts 3 or 4 eggs are laid, white like foam bubbles, and well may the little birds hatched from them sing water songs, for they hear them all their lives, and even before they are born. I have often observed the young just out of the nest, making their odd gestures, and seeming in every way as much at home as their experienced parents, like young bees on their first excursions to the flower fields. No amount of familiarity with people and their ways seems to change them in the least. To all appearance their behavior is just the same on seeing a man for the first time as when they have seen him frequently. On the lower reaches of the rivers where mills are built, they sing on through the din of the machinery, and all the noisy confusion of dogs, cattle, and workmen. On one occasion, while a woodchopper was at work on the river bank, I observed one cheerily singing within reach of the flying chips. Nor does any kind of unwonted disturbance put him in bad humor, or frighten him out of calm self-possession. In passing through a narrow gorge, I once drove one ahead of me from rapid to rapid, disturbing him 4 times in quick succession, where he could not very well fly past me on account of the narrowness of the channel. Most birds under similar circumstances fancy themselves pursued, and become suspiciously uneasy. But instead of growing nervous about it, he made his usual dippings and sang one of his most tranquil strains. When observed within a few yards, their eyes are seen to express remarkable gentleness and intelligence, but they seldom allow so near a view unless one wears clothing of about the same color as the rocks and trees, and knows how to sit still. On one occasion, while rambling along the shore of a mountain lake where the birds, at least those born that season, had never seen a man, I sat down to rest on a large stone close to the water's edge, upon which it seemed the ouzels and sandpipers were in the habit of alighting when they came to feed on that part of the shore, and some of the other birds also, when they came down to wash or drink. In a few minutes, along came a whirring ouzel, and alighted on the stone beside me, within reach of my hand. Then suddenly observing me, he stooped nervously as if about to fly on the instant, but as I remained as motionless as the stone, he gained confidence, and looked me steadily in the face for about a minute, then flew quietly to the outlet and began to sing. Next came a sandpiper, and gazed at me with much the same guileless expression of eye as the ouzel. Lastly, down with a swoop came a Steller's jay out of a fir tree, probably with the intention of moistening his noisy throat. But instead of sitting confidingly as my other visitors had done, he rushed off at once, nearly tumbling heels over head into the lake in his suspicious confusion, and with loud screams roused the neighborhood. Love for songbirds with their sweet human voices appears to be more common and unfailing than love for flowers. Everyone loves flowers to some extent, at least in life's fresh morning, attracted by them as instinctively as hummingbirds and bees. Even the young Digger Indians have sufficient love for the brightest of those found growing on the mountains to gather them and braid them as decorations for the hair. And I was glad to discover, through the few Indians that could be induced to talk on the subject, that they have names for the wild rose and the lily, and other conspicuous flowers, whether available as food or otherwise. Most men, however, whether savage or civilized, become apathetic toward all plants that have no other apparent use than the use of beauty. But fortunately one's first instinctive love of songbirds is never wholly obliterated, no matter what the influences upon our lives may be. I have often been delighted to see a pure spiritual glow come into the countenances of hard business men and old miners when a songbird chanced to alight near them. Nevertheless, the little mouthful of meat that swells out of the breasts of some songbirds is too often the cause of their death. Larks and robins in particular are brought to market in hundreds. But fortunately the ouzel has no enemy so eager to eat his little body as to follow him into the mountain solitudes. I never knew him to be chased even by hawks. An acquaintance of mine, a sort of foothill mountaineer, had a pet cat, a great dozy overgrown creature, about as broad-shouldered as a lynx. During the winter, while the snow lay deep, the mountaineer sat in his lonely cabin among the pines, smoking his pipe and wearing the dull time away. Tom was his sole companion, sharing his bed, and sitting beside him on a stool, with much the same drowsy expression of eye as his master. The good-natured bachelor was content with his hard fare of soda bread and bacon, but Tom, the only creature in the world acknowledging dependence on him, must needs be provided with fresh meat. Accordingly, he bestirred himself to contrive squirrel traps, and waded the snowy woods with his gun, making sad havoc among the few winter birds, sparing neither robin, sparrow, nor tiny nuthatch, and the pleasure of seeing Tom eat and grow fat was his great reward. One cold afternoon, while hunting along the river bank, he noticed a plain feathered little bird skipping about in the shallows, and immediately raised his gun. But just then the confiding songster began to sing, and after listening to his summery melody, the charmed hunter turned away, saying, "Bless your little heart, I can't shoot you, not even for Tom." Even so far north as icy Alaska I have found my glad singer. When I was exploring the glaciers between Mount Fairweather and the Stickeen River, one cold day in November, after trying in vain to force a way through the innumerable icebergs of Sumdum Bay to the great glaciers at the head of it, I was weary and baffled, and sat resting in my canoe, convinced at last that I would have to leave this part of my work for another year. Then I began to plan my escape to open water, before the young ice which was beginning to form should shut me in. While I thus lingered drifting with the bergs, in the midst of these gloomy forebodings, and all the terrible glacial desolation and grandeur, I suddenly heard the well-known whir of an ouzel's wings, and looking up, saw my little comforter coming straight across the ice from the shore. In a second or two he was with me, flying 3 times round my head with a happy salute, as if saying, "Cheer up, old friend, you see I'm here, and all's well." Then he flew back to the shore, alighted on the topmost jag of a stranded iceberg, and began to nod and bow as though he were on one of his favorite boulders in the midst of a sunny Sierra cascade. The species is distributed all along the mountain ranges of the Pacific coast from Alaska to Mexico and east to the Rocky Mountains. Nevertheless, it is as yet comparatively little known. Audubon and Wilson did not meet it. Swainson was, I believe, the first naturalist to describe a specimen from Mexico. Specimens were shortly afterward procured by Drummond near the sources of the Athabasca River, between the 54th and 56th parallels, and it has been collected by nearly all of the numerous exploring expeditions undertaken of late through our western states and territories, for it never fails to engage the attention of naturalists in a very particular manner. Such, then, is our little cinclus, beloved of everyone who is so fortunate as to know him. Tracing on strong wing every curve of the most precipitous torrents from one extremity of the Sierra to the other, not fearing to follow them through their darkest gorges and coldest snow tunnels, acquainted with every waterfall, echoing their divine music, and throughout the whole of their beautiful lives, interpreting all that we in our unbelief call terrible in the utterances of torrents and storms, as only varied expressions of God's eternal love. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of the Mountains of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Sticko. The Mountains of California by John Muir. Chapter 14. The Wild Sheep. Ovis, Montana. The wild sheep ranks highest among the animal mountaineers of the Sierra. Possessed of keen sight and scent, and strong limbs, he dwells secure amid the loftiest summits, leaping unscathed from crag to crag, up and down the fronts of giddy precipices, crossing foaming torrents and slopes of frozen snow, exposed to the wildest storms, yet maintaining a brave, warm life, and developing from generation to generation in perfect strength and beauty. Nearly all the lofty mountain chains of the globe are inhabited by wild sheep, most of which, on account of the remote and all but inaccessible regions where they dwell, are imperfectly known as yet. They are classified by different naturalists under from 5 to 10 distinct species or varieties, the best known being the burrell of the Himalaya, Ovis burrell, Blythe; the argali, the large wild sheep of Central and Northern Asia, Ovis ammon, Linn., or Caprovis argali; the Corsican mouflon, Ovis musimon, Pal.; the Aodad of the mountains of northern Africa, Ammotragus tragelaphus, and the Rocky Mountain bighorn, Ovis montana. To this last named species belongs the wild sheep of the Sierra. Its range, according to the late Professor Baird of the Smithsonian Institution, extends, "from the region of Upper Missouri and Yellowstone to the Rocky Mountains and the high grounds adjacent to them on the eastern slope, and as far south as the Rio Grande. Westward, it extends to the coast ranges of Washington, Oregon, and California, and follows the highlands some distance into Mexico." Footnote 1: Pacific Railroad Survey, Volume 8, page 678. Throughout the vast region bounded on the east by the Wasatch Mountains and on the west by the Sierra, there are more than 100 subordinate ranges and mountain groups, treading north and south, range beyond range, with summits rising from 8,000 to 12,000 feet above the level of the sea, probably all of which, according to my own observations, is or has been inhabited by this species. Compared with the argali, which, considering its size and the vast extent of its range, is probably the most important of all the wild sheep, our species is about the same size, but the horns are less twisted and less divergent. The most important characteristics are, however, essentially the same, some of the best naturalists maintaining that the two are only varied forms of one species. In accordance with this view, Cuvier conjectures that since Central Asia seems to be the region where sheep first appeared, and from which it has been distributed, the argali may have been distributed over this continent from Asia by crossing the Bering Strait on ice. This conjecture is not so ill-founded as at first sight would appear, for the strait is only about 50 miles wide, is interrupted by 3 islands, and is jammed with ice nearly every winter. Furthermore, the argali is abundant on the mountains adjacent to the strait at East Cape, where it is well known to the Chukchi hunters and where I have seen many of their horns. On account of the extreme variability of the sheep under culture, it is generally supposed that the innumerable domestic breeds have all been derived from the few wild species, but the whole question is involved in obscurity. According to Darwin, sheep have been domesticated from a very ancient period, the remains of a small breed, differing from any now known, having been found in the famous Swiss lake dwellings. Compared with the best known domestic breeds, we find that our wild species is much larger, and instead of an all-wool garment, wears a thick overcoat of hair, like that of the deer, and an undercovering of fine wool. The hair, though rather coarse, is comfortably soft and spongy, and lies smooth, as if carefully tended with a comb and brush. The predominant color during most of the year is brownish-gray, varying to bluish-gray in the autumn. The belly and a large conspicuous patch on the buttocks are white, and the tail, which is very short, like that of a deer, is black with a yellowish border. The wool is white and grows in beautiful spirals down out of sight among the shining hair, like delicate climbing vines among stalks of corn. The horns of the male are of an immense size, measuring in their greater diameter from 5 to 6½ inches, and from 2½ to 3 feet in length around the curve. They are yellowish-white in color and ridged transversely like those of the domestic ram. Their cross-section near the base is somewhat triangular in outline and flattened towards the tip. Rising boldly from the top of the head, they curve gently backward and outward, then forward and outward, until about 3/4 of a circle is described, and until the flattened, blunt tips are about 2 feet or 2½ feet apart. Those of the female are flattened throughout their entire length, are less curved than those of the male, and much smaller, measuring less than a foot along the curve. A ram and ewe that I obtained near the Modoc lava beds from the northeast of Mount Shasta measured as follows: height at shoulders, ram 3 foot 6 inches, ewe 3 foot 0 inches. Girth around the shoulders, ram, 3 foot 11 inches, ewe, 3 foot 3 3/4 inches. Length from the nose to the root of the tail, ram, 5 foot 10 1/4 inches, ewe, 4 foot 3 1/2 inches. Length of ears, ram, 4 3/4 inches, ewe, 5 inches. Length of tail, ram, 4 1/2 inches, ewe, 5 inches. Length of horns around curve, ram, 2 foot 9 inches, ewe, 11 1/2 inches. Distance across from tip to tip of horns, ram, 2 foot 5 1/2 inches. Ewe not given. Circumference of horns at base, ram, 1 foot 4 inches, ewe, 6 inches. The measurements of a male obtained in the Rocky Mountains by Audubon vary but little as compared with the above. The weight of his specimen was 344 pounds, footnote 2, which is perhaps about an average for full-grown males. The females are about a third lighter. Footnote 2. Audubon and Bachman's Quadrupeds of North America. Besides these differences in size, color, hair, etc., as noted above, we may observe that the domestic sheep, in a general way, is expressionless, like a dull bundle of something only half alive, while the wild is as elegant and graceful as a deer, every movement manifesting admirable strength and character. The tame is timid, the wild is bold. The tame is always more or less ruffled and dirty, while the wild is as smooth and clean as the flowers of his mountain pastures. The earliest mention that I have been able to find of the wild sheep in America is by Father Piccolo, a Catholic missionary at Monterey, in the year 1797, who, after describing it, oddly enough, as "a kind of deer with a sheep-like head, and about as large as a calf 1 or 2 years old," naturally hurries on to remark, "I have eaten of these beasts, their flesh is very tender and delicious." Mackenzie, in his Northern Travels, heard this species spoken of by the Indians as white buffaloes. And Lewis and Clark tell us that in a time of great scarcity on the headwaters of the Missouri they saw plenty of wild sheep, but they were "too shy to be shot." A few of the more energetic of the Pah-Ute Indians hunt the wild sheep every season among the more accessible sections of the High Sierra, in the neighborhood of passes where, from having been pursued, they have become extremely wary. But in the rugged wilderness of peaks and canyons, where the foaming tributaries of the San Joaquin and the King's rivers take their rise, they fear no hunter save the wolf, and are more guileless and approachable than their tame kindred. While engaged in the work of exploring high regions where they delight to roam, I have been greatly interested in studying their habits. In the months of November and December, and probably during a considerable portion of midwinter, they all flock together, male and female, old and young. I once found a complete band of this kind numbering upward of 50, which, on being alarmed, went bounding away across a jagged lava bed at admirable speed, led by a majestic old ram, with the lambs safe in the middle of the flock. In spring and summer the full-grown rams form separate bands of from 3 to 20, and are usually found feeding along the edges of glacier meadows or resting among the castle-like crags of the high summits, and whether quietly feeding or scaling the wild cliffs, their noble forms and the power and beauty of their movements never fail to strike the beholder with lively admiration. Their resting places seem to be chosen with reference to sunshine and a wide outlook, and most of all to safety. Their feeding grounds are among the most beautiful of the wild gardens, bright with daisies and gentians and mats of purple bryanthus, lying hidden away on rocky headlands and canyon sides, where sunshine is abundant, or down in the shady glacier valleys along the banks of the streams and lakes, where the plushy sod is greenest. Here they feast all summer, the happy wanderers, perhaps relishing the beauty as well as the taste of the lovely flora from which they feed. Illustration: Snowbound on Mount Shasta. This illustration is a sketch of a small herd of mountain sheep resting comfortably on a snow-covered cliff, with one standing prominently and surveying the landscape. In contrast, a small box in the corner shows a man huddled in a blanket, almost on top of his very small campfire. Return to text. When the winter storms set in, loading their highland pastures with snow, then, like the birds, they gather and go to lower climates, usually descending the eastern flank of the range to the rough volcanic tablelands and treeless ranges of the Great Basin adjacent to the Sierra. They never make haste, however, and seem to have no dread of storms, many of the strongest only going down leisurely to bare, wind-swept ridges to feed on bushes and dry bunch grass, and then returning up into the snow. Once I was snowbound on Mount Shasta for 3 days, a little below the timber line. It was a dark and stormy time, well calculated to test the skill and endurance of mountaineers. The snow-laden gale drove on night and day in hissing, blinding floods, and when at length it began to abate, I found that a small band of wild sheep had weathered the storm in the lee of a clump of dwarf pines a few yards above my storm nest, where the snow was 8 or 10 feet deep. I was warm back of a rock, with blankets, bread, and fire. My brave companions lay in the snow, without food, and with only the partial shelter of the short trees. Yet they made no sign of suffering or faint-heartedness. In the months of May and June, the wild sheep bring forth their young in solitary and almost inaccessible crags, far above the nesting rocks of the eagle. I have frequently come upon the beds of the ewes and lambs at an elevation of from 12,000 to 13,000 feet above sea level. These beds are simply oval-shaped hollows, pawed out among loose, disintegrating rock chips and sand, upon some sunny spot commanding a good outlook, and partially sheltered from the winds that sweep those lofty peaks almost without intermission. Such is the cradle of the little mountaineer, aloft in the very sky, rocked in storms, curtained in clouds, sleeping in thin, icy air. But wrapped in his hairy coat and nourished by a strong, warm mother, defended from the talons of the eagle and the teeth of the sly coyote, the bony lamb grows apace. He soon learns to nibble the tufted rock grasses and leaves of the white spearseed. His horns begin to shoot, and before summer is done he is strong and agile, and goes forth with the flock, watched by the same divine love that tends the more helpless human lamb in its cradle by the fireside. Nothing is more commonly remarked by noisy, dusty trail travelers in the Sierra than the want of animal life. No songbirds, no deer, no squirrels, no game of any kind, they say. But if such could only go away quietly into the wilderness, sauntering afoot and alone with natural deliberation, they would soon learn that these mountain mansions are not without inhabitants, many of whom, confiding and gentle, would not try to shun their acquaintance. Illustration: Head of the merino ram, domestic. This illustration is a pencil or charcoal sketch of a merino ram in a photographic style. The ram has a fine coat of thick, curly fur, spiraling horns, a whiskery muzzle, and a docile, incurious expression in its black eyes. Return to text. In the fall of 1873, I was tracing the South Fork of the San Joaquin up its wild canyon to its farthest glacier fountains. It was the season of alpine Indian summer. The sun beamed lovingly, the squirrels were nutting in the pine trees, butterflies hovered about the last of the goldenrods, the willow and maple thickets were yellow, the meadows brown, and the whole sunny, mellow landscape glowed like a countenance in the deepest and sweetest repose. On my way over the glacier-polished rocks along the river, I came to an expanded portion of the canyon, about 2 miles long and half a mile wide, which formed a level park enclosed with picturesque granite walls, like those of Yosemite Valley. Down through the middle of it poured the beautiful river, shining and spangling in the golden light, yellow groves on its banks, and strips of brown meadow. While the whole park was astir with wild life, some of which even the noisiest and least observing of travelers must have seen had they been with me. Deer, with their supple, well-grown fawns, bounded from thicket to thicket as I advanced. Grouse kept rising from the brown grass, with a great whirring of wings, and, alighting on the lower branches of the pines and poplars, allowed a near approach, as if curious to see me. Farther on, a broad-shouldered wildcat showed himself, coming out of a grove and crossing the river on a flood jam of logs, halting for a moment to look back. The bird-like tamias frisked about my feet everywhere among the pine needles and seedy grass tufts. Cranes waded the shallows of the river bends. The kingfisher rattled from perch to perch. The blessed ouzel sang amid the spray of every cascade. Where may a lonely wanderer find a more interesting family of mountain dwellers, earth-born companions and fellow mortals? It was afternoon when I joined them, and the glorious landscape began to fade in the gloaming before I awoke from their enchantment. Then I sought a campground on the river bank, made a cupful of tea, and lay down to sleep on a smooth place among the yellow leaves of an aspen grove. Next day, I discovered yet grander landscapes and grander life. Following the river over huge swelling rock bosses, through a majestic canyon and past innumerable cascades, the scenery in general became gradually wilder and more alpine. The sugar pine and silver firs gave place to the hardier cedar and hemlock spruce. The canyon walls became more rugged and bare, and gentians and Arctic daisies became more abundant in the gardens and strips of meadow along the streams. Toward the middle of the afternoon, I came to another valley, strikingly wild and original in all its features, and perhaps never before touched by human foot. As regards area of level bottom land, it is one of the very smallest of the Yosemite type, but its walls are sublime, rising to a height of from 2,000 to 4,000 feet above the river. At the head of the valley, the main canyon forks, as is found to be the case in all Yosemites. The formation of this one is due chiefly to the action of two great glaciers whose fountains lay to the eastward on the flanks of Mount Humphrey and Emerson, and a cluster of nameless peaks farther south. Illustration: Head of Rocky Mountain wild sheep. This illustration is a pencil drawing of a wild ram's head, framed in a circle within a square. The illustration is dominated by the huge, wide horns of the ram, far larger than his head. The ram's coat is flat and slightly wavy, and he regards the viewer directly with an alert expression, showing a little of the whites of his protuberant eyes. Return to text. The gray, boulder-chafed river was singing loudly through the valley. But above its massy roar I heard the booming of a waterfall, which drew me eagerly on. And just as I emerged from the tangled groves and briar thickets at the head of the valley, the main fork of the river came in sight, falling fresh from its glacier fountains in a snowy cascade between granite walls 2,000 feet high. The steep incline down which the glad waters thundered seemed to bar all further progress. It was not long, however, before I discovered a crooked seam in the rock, by which I was enabled to climb to the edge of a terrace that crosses the canyon and divides the cataract nearly in the middle. Here I sat down to take breath and make some entries in my notebook, taking advantage at the same time of my elevated position above the trees to gaze back over the valley into the heart of the noble landscape. little knowing the while what neighbors were near. After spending a few minutes in this way, I chanced to look across the fall, and there stood 3 sheep quietly observing me. Never did the sudden appearance of a mountain or fall or human friend more forcibly seize and rivet my attention. Anxiety to observe accurately held me perfectly still. Eagerly I marked the flowing undulations of their firm, braided muscles, their strong legs, ears, eyes, heads, their graceful, rounded necks, the color of their hair, and the bold, upsweeping curves of their noble horns. When they moved, I watched every gesture, while they, in no wise disconcerted either by my attention or by the tumultuous roar of the water, advanced deliberately alongside the rapids, between the 2 divisions of the cataract, turning now and then to look at me. Presently they came to a steep, ice-burnished acclivity, which they ascended by a succession of quick, short, stiff-legged leaps, reaching the top without a struggle. This was the most startling feat of mountaineering I had ever witnessed, and considering only the mechanics of the thing, my astonishment could hardly have been greater had they displayed wings and taken to flight. Sure-footed mules on such ground would have fallen and rolled like loosened boulders. Many a time, where the slopes are far lower, I have been compelled to take off my shoes and stockings, tie them to my belt, and creep barefooted with the utmost caution. No wonder, then, that I watched the progress of these animal mountaineers with keen sympathy, and exulted in the boundless sufficiency of wild nature displayed in their invention, construction, and keeping. A few minutes later I caught sight of a dozen more in one band, near the foot of the upper fall. They were standing on the same side of the river with me, only 25 or 30 yards away, looking as unworn and perfect as if created on the spot. It appeared by their tracks, which I had seen in the Little Yosemite, and by their present position, that when I came up the canyon they were all feeding together down in the valley, and that in their haste to reach high ground, where they could look about them to ascertain the nature of the strange disturbance, they were divided, 3 ascending on one side the river, the rest on the other. The main band, headed by an experienced chief, now began to cross the wild rapids between the 2 divisions of the cascade. This was another exciting feat, for among all the varied experiences of mountaineers the crossing of boisterous, rock-dashed torrents is found to be one of the most trying to the nerves. Yet these fine fellows walked fearlessly to the brink and jumped from boulder to boulder, holding themselves in easy poise above the whirling, confusing current, as if they were doing nothing extraordinary. Illustration: crossing a canyon stream. This illustration is a sketch of a herd of mountain sheep crossing a stream. In the foreground, a half-dozen sheep stand on one rocky bank, with a dominant sheep standing proudly and alertly a little above them in the center of the drawing. In the background, black silhouettes of sheep may be seen crossing a white torrent from rock to rock. Tall cliffs, clouds, and snow-caps in the distance give the picture a majestic feel. Return to text. In the immediate foreground of this rare picture there was a fold of ice-burnished granite, traversed by a few bold lines in which rock ferns and tufts of bryanthus were growing. The gray canyon walls on the sides, nobly sculptured and adorned with brown cedars and pines, the lofty peaks in the distance, and in the middle ground the snowy fall, the voice and soul of the landscape. Fringing bushes beating time to its thunder tones, the brave sheep in front of it, their gray forms slightly obscured in the spray, yet standing out in good heavy relief against the close white water, with their huge horns rising like the upturned roots of dead pine trees, while the evening sunbeams streaming up the canyon colored all the picture a rosy purple and made it glorious. After crossing the river, the dauntless climbers, led by their chief, at once began to scale the canyon wall, turning now right, now left, in long, single file, keeping well apart out of one another's way and leaping in regular succession from crag to crag, now ascending slippery dome curves, now walking leisurely along the edges of precipices, stopping at times to gaze down at me from some flat-topped rock, with heads held aslant, as if curious to learn what I thought about it, or whether I was likely to follow them. After reaching the top of the wall, which at this place is somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 feet high, there was still visible against the sky as they lingered, looking down in groups of twos or threes. Throughout the entire ascent they did not make a single awkward step, or an unsuccessful effort of any kind. I have frequently seen tame sheep in mountains jump upon a sloping rock surface, hold on tremulously for a few seconds, and fall back, baffled and irresolute. But in the most trying situations, where the slightest want or inaccuracy would have been fatal, these always seem to move in comfortable reliance on their strength and skill, the limits of which they have never appeared to know. Moreover, each one of the flock, while following the guidance of the most experienced, yet climbed with intelligent independence as a perfect individual, capable of separate existence whenever it should wish or be compelled to withdraw from the little clan. The domestic sheep, on the contrary, is only a fraction of an animal, a whole flock being required to form an individual, just as numerous flowerets are required to make one complete sunflower. Those shepherds who in summer drive their flocks to the mountain pastures, and while watching them night and day have seen them frightened by bears and storms and scattered like wind-driven chaff, will in some measure be able to appreciate the self-reliance and strength and noble individuality of nature's sheep. Like the Alp-climbing ibex of Europe, our mountaineer is said to plunge headlong down the faces of sheer precipices and alight on his big horns. I know only 2 hunters who claim to have actually witnessed this feat. I never was so fortunate. They describe the act as a diving head foremost. The horns are so large at the base that they cover the upper portion of the head down nearly to a level with the eyes, and the skull is exceedingly strong. I struck an old bleached specimen on Mount Ritter a dozen blows with my ice axe without breaking it. Such skulls would not fracture very readily by the wildest rock diving, but other bones could hardly be expected to hold together in such a performance, and the mechanical difficulties in the way of controlling their movements after striking upon an irregular surface are in themselves sufficient to show this boulder-like method of progression to be impossible, even in the absence of all other evidence on the subject. Moreover, the ewes follow wherever the rams may lead, although their horns are mere spikes. I have found many pairs of the horns of the old rams considerably battered, doubtless a result of fighting. I was particularly interested in this question after witnessing the performance of this San Joaquin band upon the glaciated rocks at the foot of the falls. And as soon as I procured specimens and examined their feet, all the mystery disappeared. The secret, considered in connection with exceptionally strong muscles, is simply this: the wide posterior portion of the bottom of the foot, instead of wearing down and becoming flat and hard, like the feet of tame sheep and horses, bulges out in a soft rubber-like pad or cushion, which not only grips and holds well on smooth rocks, but fits into small cavities and down upon or against slight protuberances. Even the hardest portions of the edge of the hoof are comparatively soft and elastic. Furthermore, the toes admit an extraordinary amount of both lateral and vertical movement, allowing the foot to accommodate itself still more perfectly to the irregularities of rock surfaces, while at the same time increasing the gripping power. At the base of Sheep Rock, one of the winter strongholds of the Shasta flocks, there lives a stock raiser who has had the advantage of observing the movements of wild sheep every winter, and in the course of a conversation with him on the subject of their diving habits, he pointed to the front of a lava headland about 150 feet high, which is only 8 or 10 degrees out of the perpendicular. "There," said he, "I followed a band of them fellows to the back of that rock yonder, and expected to capture them all, for I thought I had a dead thing on them. I got behind them on a narrow bench that runs along the fence of the wall near the top and comes to an end where they couldn't get away without falling and being killed, but they jumped off and landed all right, as if that were the regular thing with them." "What?" said I. "Jumped 150 feet perpendicular? Did you see them do it?" "No," he replied, "I didn't see them going down, for I was behind them, but I saw them go off over the brink, and then I went below and found their tracks where they struck on the loose rubbish at the bottom. They just sailed right off and landed on their feet right side up. That is the kind of animal they is. Beats anything else that goes on 4 legs." Illustration: Wild sheep jumping over a precipice. This illustration is a tall rectangular sketch that shows, from a distance, a herd of wild sheep jumping one at a time head first off a very tall, steep cliff, high over the tops of the conifers at the base of the picture, and framed by mountain peaks and sky. Return to text. On another occasion, a flock that was pursued by hunters retreated to another portion of this same cliff where it is still higher, and on being followed they were seen jumping down in perfect order, one behind another, by 2 men who happened to be chopping where they had a fair view of them, and could watch their progress from top to bottom of the precipices. Both ewes and rams made the frightful descent without evincing any extraordinary concern, hugging the rock closely and controlling the velocity of their half-falling, half-leaping movements by striking at short intervals and holding back with their cushioned rubber feet upon small ledges and roughened inclines until near the bottom, when they sailed off into the free air and alighted on their feet, but with their bodies so nearly in a vertical position that they appeared to be diving. It appears, therefore, that the methods of this wild mountaineering become clearly comprehensible as soon as we make ourselves acquainted with the rocks and the kind of feet and muscles brought to bear upon them. The Modoc and Paiute Indians are, or rather have been, the most successful hunters of the wild sheep in the regions that have come under my own observation. I have seen large numbers of heads and horns in the caves of Mount Shasta and the Modoc lava beds, where the Indians had been feasting in stormy weather, and also in the canyons of the Sierra opposite Owens Valley, while the heavy obsidian arrowheads found on some of the highest peaks show that this warfare has long been going on. In the more accessible ranges that stretch across the desert regions of western Utah and Nevada, considerable numbers of Indians used to hunt in company like packs of wolves, and being perfectly acquainted with the topography of their hunting grounds and with the habits and instincts of the game, they were pretty successful. On the tops of nearly every one of the Nevada mountains that I have visited, I found small, nest-like enclosures built of stones, in which, as I afterward learned, 1 or more Indians would lie in wait while their companions scoured the ridges below, knowing that the alarmed sheep would surely run to the summit, and when they could be made to approach with the wind, they were shot at short range. Illustration: Indians hunting wild sheep. This illustration is a pencil sketch showing 2 Native Americans on a small cliff above a mountain stream. One is clad in a fringed loincloth and has upon his head a hood with protrusions that resemble small sheep horns, and both hold rifles. Next to the men is a slain mountain sheep, with some blood seeping onto the rock. Both men regard in the distance a herd of mountain sheep running up the bank of the river. Faint in the distance, on another ridge, is a line of structures that may be other men. Return to text. Still larger bands of Indians used to make extensive hunts upon some dominant mountain much frequented by the sheep, such as Mount Grant on the Wasatch Range to the west of Walker Lake. On some particular spot, favorably situated with reference to the well-known trails of the sheep, they built a high-walled corral, with long guiding wings diverging from the gateway, and into this enclosure they sometimes succeeded in driving the noble game. Great numbers of Indians were of course required, more, indeed, than they could usually muster, counting in squaws, children, and all. They were compelled, therefore, to build rows of dummy hunters out of stones along the ridge tops which they wished to prevent the sheep from crossing, and, without discrediting the sagacity of the game, these dummies were found effective, for with a few live Indians moving about excitedly among them, they could hardly be distinguished at a little distance from men by anyone not in on the secret. The whole ridge top then seemed to be alive with hunters. The only animal that may fairly be regarded as a companion or rival of the sheep is the so-called Rocky Mountain goat, Aploceras montana, Rich, which, as its name indicates, is more antelope than goat. He, too, is a brave and hardy climber, fearlessly crossing the wildest summits and braving the severest storms. But he is shaggy, short-legged, and much less dignified in demeanor than the sheep. His jet-black horns are only about 5 or 6 inches in length, and the long white hair with which he is covered obscures the expression of his limbs. I have never yet seen a single specimen in the Sierra, though possibly a few flocks may have lived on Mount Shasta a comparatively short time ago. The ranges of these two mountaineers are pretty distinct, and they see but little of each other, the sheep being restricted mostly to the dry inland mountains, goat or chamois to the wet, snowy, glacier-laden mountains of the northwest coast of the continent in Oregon, Washington, British Columbia, and Alaska. Probably more than 200 dwell on the icy volcanic cone of Mount Rainier, and while I was exploring the glaciers of Alaska I saw flocks of these admirable mountaineers nearly every day, and often followed their trails through the mazes of bewildering crevices, in which they are excellent guides. 3 species of deer are found in California: the black-tailed, white-tailed, and mule deer. The first mentioned, Cervus columbianus, is by far the most abundant, and occasionally meets the sheep during the summer on high glacier meadows, and along the edge of the timberline. But being a forest animal, seeking shelter and rearing its young in dense thickets, it seldom visits the wild sheep in its higher homes. The antelope, though not a mountaineer, is occasionally met in winter by the sheep while feeding along the edges of the sage plains and bare volcanic hills to the east of the Sierra. So also is the mule deer, which is almost restricted in its range to this eastern region. The white-tailed species belongs to the coast ranges. Perhaps no wild animal in the world is without enemies, but highlanders as a class have fewer than lowlanders. The wily panther, slipping and crouching among long grass and bushes, pounces upon the antelope and deer, but seldom crosses the bald, craggy thresholds of the sheep. Neither can the bears be regarded as enemies, for though they seek to vary their everyday diet of nuts and berries by an occasional meal of mutton, they prefer to hunt tame and helpless flocks. Eagles and coyotes, no doubt, capture an unprotected lamb at times, or some unfortunate beset in deep, soft snow, but these cases are little more than accidents. So, also, a few perish in long-continued snowstorms, though in all my mountaineering I have not found more than 5 or 6 that seem to have met their fate in this way. A little band of 3 were discovered snowbound in Bloody Canyon a few years ago, and were killed with an axe by mountaineers, who chanced to be crossing the range in winter. Man is the most dangerous enemy of all, but even from him our brave mountain dweller has little to fear in the remote solitudes of the High Sierra. The golden plains of the Sacramento and San Joaquin were lately thronged with bands of elk and antelope, but, being fertile and accessible, they were required for human pastures. So, also, are many of the feeding grounds of the deer, hill, valley, forest, and meadow. But it will be long before man will care to take the highland castles of the sheep. And when we consider how rapidly entire species of noble animals, such as the elk, moose, and buffalo, are being pushed to the very verge of extinction, all lovers of wildness should rejoice with me in the rocky security of Ovis, Montana, the bravest of all the Sierra mountaineers. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Mountains of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. The Mountains of California by John Muir. Chapter 15. In the Sierra Foothills. Murphy's Camp is a curious old mining town in Calaveras County, at an elevation of 2,400 feet above the sea, situated like a nest in the center of a rough, gravelly region rich in gold. Granites, slates, lavas, limestone, iron ores, quartz veins, auriferous gravels, remnants of dead fire rivers and dead water rivers are developed here side by side within a radius of a few miles, and placed invitingly open before the student like a book, while the people and the region beyond the camp furnish mines of study of never-failing interest and variety. When I discovered this curious place, I was tracing the channels of the ancient pre-glacial rivers, instructive sections of which have been laid bare here and in the adjacent regions by the miners. Rivers, according to the poets, go on forever, but those of the Sierra are young as yet and have scarcely learned the way down to the sea, while at least one generation of them have died and vanished together with most of the basins they drained. All that remains of them to tell their history is a series of interrupted fragments of channels, mostly choked with gravel, and buried beneath broad, thick sheets of lava. These are known as the Dead Rivers of California, and the gravel deposited in them is comprehensively called the Blue Lead. In some places the channels of the present rivers trend in the same direction, or nearly so, as those of the ancient rivers. But in general there is little correspondence between them, the entire drainage having been changed, or rather made new. Many of the hills of the ancient landscapes have become hollows, and the old hollows have become hills. Therefore the fragmentary channels, with their loads of auriferous gravel, occur in all kinds of unthought-of places, trending obliquely, or even at right angles to the present drainage, across the tops of lofty ridges or far beneath them, presenting impressive illustrations of the magnitude of the changes accomplished since those ancient streams were annihilated. The last volcanic period preceding the regeneration of the Sierra landscapes seems to have come on over all the range almost simultaneously, like the glacial period, notwithstanding lavas of different age occur together in many places, indicating numerous periods of activity in the Sierra fire fountains. The most important of the ancient river channels in this region is a section that extends from the south side of the town beneath Coyote Creek and the ridge beyond it to the cañon of the Stanislaus. But on account of its depth below the general surface of the present valleys, the rich gold gravels it is known to contain cannot be easily worked on a large scale. Their extraordinary richness may be inferred from the fact that many claims were profitably worked in them by sinking shafts to the depth of 200 feet or more, and hoisting the dirt by a windlass. Should the dip of this ancient channel be such as to make the Stanislaus Cañon available as a dump, then the grand deposit might be worked by the hydraulic method, and although a long, expensive tunnel would be required, the scheme might still prove profitable, for there is millions in it. The importance of these ancient gravels as gold fountains is well known to miners. Even the superficial placers of the present streams have derived much of their gold from them. According to all accounts, the Murphy placers have been very rich, terrific rich, as they say here. The hills have been cut and scalped, and every gorge and gulch and valley torn to pieces and disemboweled, expressing a fierce and desperate energy hard to understand. Still, any kind of effort-making is better than inaction, and there is something sublime in seeing men working in dead earnest at anything, pursuing an object with glacier-like energy and persistence. Many a brave fellow has recorded a most eventful chapter of life on these Calaveras rocks. But most of the pioneer miners are sleeping now, their wild day done, while the few survivors linger languidly in the washed-out gulches or sleepy villages, like harried bees around the ruins of their hive. We have no industry left now, they told me, and no men. Everybody and everything hereabouts has gone to decay. We are only bummers, out of the game, a thin scatterin' of poor, dilapidated cusses, compared with what we used to be in the grand old gold days. We were giants then, and you can look around here and see our tracks. But although these lingering pioneers are perhaps more exhausted than the mines, and about as dead as the dead rivers, they are yet a rare and interesting set of men, with much gold mixed with the rough, rocky gravel of their characters, and they manifest a breeding and intelligence little looked for in such surroundings as theirs. As the heavy, long-continued grinding of the glaciers brought out the features of the Sierra, so the intense experiences of the gold period have brought out the features of these old miners, forming a richness and variety of character little known as yet. The sketches of Bret Harte, Hayes, and Miller have not exhausted this field by any means. It is interesting to note the extremes possible in one and the same character, harshness and gentleness, manliness and childishness, apathy and fierce endeavor. Men who 20 years ago would not cease their shoveling to save their lives, now play in the streets with children. Their long, Micawber-like waiting after the exhaustion of the placers has brought on an exaggerated form of dotage. I heard a group of brawny pioneers in the street eagerly discussing the quantity of tail required for a boy's kite, and one graybeard undertook the sport of flying it, volunteering the information that he was a boy. Always a boy, and dash a man who was not a boy inside, however ancient outside. Mines, morals, politics, the immorality of the soul, etc., were discussed beneath shade trees and in saloons, the time for each being governed apparently by the temperature. Contact with nature, and the habits of observation acquired in gold-seeking, had made them all, to some extent, collectors, and, like wood-rats, they had gathered all kinds of odd specimens into their cabins, and now required me to examine them. They were themselves the oddest and most interesting specimens. One of them offered to show me around the old diggings, giving me fair warning before setting out that I might not like him. "Because," said he, "people say I'm eccentric. I notice everything, and gather beetles and snakes and anything that's queer, and so some don't like me and call me eccentric. I'm always trying to find out things. Now, there's a weed. The Indians eat it for greens. What do you call those long-bodied flies with big heads?" "Dragonflies," I suggested. "Well, their jaws work sidewise instead of up and down, and grasshoppers' jaws work the same way, and therefore I think they are the same species. I always notice everything like that, and just because I do, they say I'm eccentric," etc. Anxious that I should miss none of the wonders of their old gold field, the good people had much to say about the marvelous beauty of Cave City Cave, and advised me to explore it. This I was very glad to do, and finding a guide who knew the way to the mouth of it, I set out from Murphy the next morning. The most beautiful and extensive of the mountain caves of California occur in a belt of metamorphic limestone that is pretty generally developed along the western flank of the Sierra, from the McCloud River on the north to the Kaweah on the south, a distance of over 400 miles, at an elevation of from 2,000 to 7,000 feet above the sea. Besides this regular belt of caves, the California landscapes are diversified by long imposing ranks of sea caves, rugged and variable in architecture, carved in the coast headlands and precipices by centuries of wave dashing, and innumerable lava caves, great and small, originating in the unequal flowing and hardening of the lava sheets in which they occur, fine illustrations of which are presented in the famous Modoc lava beds and around the base of icy Shasta. In this comprehensive glance we may also notice the shallow wind-worn caves in stratified sandstones along the margins of the plains, and the cave-like recesses in the Sierra slates and granites, where bears and other mountaineers find shelter during the fall of sudden storms. In general, however, the grand massive uplift of the Sierra, as far as it has been laid bare to observation, is about as solid and caveless as a boulder. Fresh beauty opens one's eyes wherever it is really seen, but the very abundance and completeness of the common beauty that besets our steppes prevents its being absorbed and appreciated. It is a good thing, therefore, to make short excursions now and then to the bottom of the sea among dulse and coral, or up among the clouds on mountain tops, or in balloons, or even to creep like worms into dark holes and caverns underground, not only to learn something of what is going on in those out-of-the-way places, but to see better what the sun sees on our return to common everyday beauty. Our way from Murphy's to the cave lay across a series of picturesque, moory ridges in the chaparral region between the brown foothills and the forests, a flowery stretch of rolling hill waves breaking here and there into a kind of rocky foam on the higher summits, and sinking into delightful bosky hollows embowered with vines. The day was a fine specimen of California summer, pure sunshine, unshaded most of the time by a single cloud. As the sun rose higher, the heated air began to flow in tremulous waves from every southern slope. The sea breeze that usually comes up the foothills at this season, with cooling on its wings, was scarcely perceptible. The birds were assembled beneath leafy shade, or made short languid flights in search of food, all save the majestic buzzard. With broad wings outspread he sailed the warm air unwearily from ridge to ridge, seeming to enjoy the fervid sunshine like a butterfly. Squirrels, too, whose spicy ardor no heat or cold may abate, were nutting among the pines, and the innumerable hosts of the insect kingdom were throbbing and wavering, unwearied as sunbeams. This brushy, berry-bearing region used to be a deer and bear pasture, but since the disturbances of the gold period these fine animals have almost wholly disappeared. Here also once roamed the mastodon and elephant, whose bones are found entombed in the river gravels and beneath thick folds of lava. Toward noon, as we were riding slowly over bank and brae, basking in the unfeverish sun-heat, we witnessed the upheaval of a new mountain range, a sierra of clouds abounding in landscapes as truly sublime and beautiful, if only we have a mind to think so and eyes to see, as the more ancient rocky Sierra beneath it with its forests and waterfalls, reminding us that, as there is a lower world of caves, so also there is an upper world of clouds. Huge bossy cumuli developed with astonishing rapidity from mere buds, swelling with visible motion into colossal mountains, and piling higher in long massive ranges, peak beyond peak, dome over dome, with many a picturesque valley and shadowy cave between. While the dark firs and pines of the upper benches of the Sierra were projected against their pearl bosses with exquisite clearness of outline. These cloud mountains vanished in the azure as quickly as they were developed, leaving no detritus, but they were not a whit less real or interesting on this account. The more enduring hills over which we rode were vanishing as surely as they, only not so fast, a difference which is great or small according to the standpoint from which it is contemplated. At the bottom of every dell we found little homesteads, embosomed in wild brush and vines wherever the recession of the hills left patches of arable ground. These secluded flats are settled mostly by Italians and Germans, who plant a few vegetables and grapevines at odd times, while their main business is mining and prospecting. In spite of all the natural beauty of these dell cabins, they can hardly be called homes. They are only a better kind of camp, gladly abandoned whenever the hoped-for gold harvest has been gathered. There is an air of profound unrest and melancholy about the best of them. Their beauty is thrust upon them by exuberant nature, apart from which they are only a few logs and boards rudely jointed and without either ceiling or floor, a rough fireplace with corresponding cooking utensils, a shelf bed, and stool. The ground about them is strewn with battered prospecting pans, picks, sluice boxes, and quartz specimens from many a ledge, indicating the trend of their owners' hard lives. The ride from Murphy's to the cave is scarcely 2 hours long, but we lingered among quartz ledges and banks of dead river gravel until long after noon. At length emerging from a narrow-throated gorge, a small house came in sight set in a thicket of fig trees at the base of a limestone hill. "That," said my guide, pointing to the house, "is Cave City, and the cave is in that gray hill." Arriving at the one house of this one-house city, we were boisterously welcomed by 3 drunken men who had come to town to hold a spree. The mistress of the house tried to keep order, and in reply to our inquiries told us that the cave guide was then in the cave with a party of ladies. "And must we wait until he returns?" we asked. No, that was unnecessary. We might take candles and go into the cave alone, provided we shouted from time to time, so as to be found by the guide, and were careful not to fall over the rocks or into the dark pools. Accordingly, taking a trail from the house, we were led around the base of the hill to the mouth of the cave, a small, inconspicuous archway, mossy around the edges and shaped like the door of a water ouzel's nest, with no appreciable hint or advertisement of the grandeur of the many crystal chambers within. Lighting our candles, which seemed to have no illuminating power in the thick darkness, we groped our way onward as best we could along narrow lanes and alleys, from chamber to chamber, around rustic columns and heaps of fallen rocks, stopping to rest now and then in particularly beautiful places. Fairy alcoves furnished with admirable variety of shelves and tables, and round bossy stools covered with sparkling crystals. Some of the corridors were muddy, and in plodding along these we seemed to be in the streets of some prairie village in springtime. Then we would come to handsome marble stairways conducting right and left into upper chambers ranged above one another 3 or 4 stories high, floors, ceilings, and walls lavishly decorated with innumerable crystalline forms. After thus wandering exploringly and alone for a mile or so, fairly enchanted, a murmur of voices and a gleam of light betrayed the approach of the guide and his party, from whom, when they came up, we received a most hearty and natural stare as we stood half concealed in a side recess among stalagmites. I ventured to ask the dripping, crouching company how they had enjoyed their saunter, anxious to learn how the strange, sunless scenery of the underworld had impressed them. "Ah, it's nice, it's splendid," they all replied and echoed. "The bridal chamber back here is just glorious. This morning we came down from the Calaveras big tree grove, and the trees are nothing to it." After making this curious comparison, they hastened sunward, the guide promising to join us shortly on the bank of a deep pool, where we were to wait for him. This is a charming little lakelet of unknown depth, never yet stirred by a breeze, and its eternal calm excites the imagination even more profoundly than the silvery lakes of the glaciers, rimmed with meadows and snow and reflecting sublime mountains. Our guide, a jolly, rollicking Italian, led us into the heart of the hill, up and down, right and left, from chamber to chamber, more and more magnificent, all a-glitter like a glacier cave with icicle-like stalactites and stalagmites combined in forms of indescribable beauty. We were shown one large room that was occasionally used as a dancing hall, another that was used as a chapel, with natural pulpit and crosses and pews, sermons in every stone, where a priest had said mass. Mass saying is not so generally developed in connection with natural wonders as dancing. One of the first conceits excited by the giant sequoias was to cut one of them down and dance on its stump. We have also seen dancing in the spray of Niagara, dancing in the famous Bower Cave above Coulterville, and nowhere have I seen so much dancing as in Yosemite. A dance on the inaccessible South Dome would likely follow the making of an easy way to the top of it. It was delightful to witness here the infinite deliberation of nature, and the simplicity of her methods in the production of such mighty results, such perfect repose combined with restless, enthusiastic energy. Though cold and bloodless as a landscape of polar ice, building was going on in the dark with incessant activity. The archways and ceilings were everywhere hung with down-growing crystals, like inverted groves of leafless saplings, some of them large, others delicately attenuated, each tipped with a single drop of water, like the terminal bud of a pine tree. The only appreciable sounds were the dripping and tinkling of water falling into pools or faintly plashing on the crystal floors. In some places the crystal decorations are arranged in graceful flowing folds, deeply plicated like stiff silken drapery. In others, straight lines of the ordinary stalactite forms are combined with reference to size and tone in a regularly graduated system, like the strings of a harp, with musical tones corresponding thereto. And on these stone harps we played by striking the crystal strings with a stick. The delicious liquid tones they gave forth seemed perfectly divine as they sweetly whispered and wavered through the majestic halls and died away in faintest cadence, the music of fairyland. Here we lingered and revelled, rejoicing to find so much music in stony silence, so much splendor in darkness, so many mansions in the depths of the mountains, buildings ever in process of construction, yet ever finished, developing from perfection to perfection, profusion without overabundance, every particle visible or invisible in glorious motion, marching to the music of the spheres in a region regarded as the abode of eternal stillness and death. The outer chambers of mountain caves are frequently selected as homes by wild beasts. In the Sierra, however, they seem to prefer homes and hiding-places in chaparral and beneath shelving precipices, as I have never seen their tracks in any of the caves. This is the more remarkable because, notwithstanding the darkness and oozing water, there is nothing uncomfortably cellar-like or sepulchral about them. When we emerged into the bright landscapes of the sun, everything looked brighter, and we felt our faith in nature's beauty strengthened, and saw more clearly that beauty is universal and immortal, above, beneath, on land and sea, mountain and plain, in heat and cold, light and darkness. End of chapter 15. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on January 5th, 2007, in Oceanside, California.
Chapter 16, Part 1, From the Mountains of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Mountains of California by John Muir. Chapter 16, Part 1. When California was wild, it was one sweet bee garden throughout its entire length, north and south, and all the way across the snowy Sierra to the ocean. Wherever a bee might fly within the bounds of this virgin wilderness, through the redwood forests, along the banks of the rivers, along the bluffs and headlands fronting the sea, over valley and plain, and deep leafy glen, or far up the piny slopes of the mountains, throughout every belt and section of climate up to the timberline, bee flowers bloomed in lavish abundance. Here they grew more or less apart in special sheets and patches of no great size. There in broad, flowing folds hundreds of miles in length, zones of polleny forests, zones of flowery chaparral, stream tangles of rubus and wild rose, sheets of golden composite, beds of violets, beds of mint, beds of bryanthus and clover, and so on, certain species blooming somewhere all the year round. But of late years, plows and sheep have made sad havoc in these glorious pastures, destroying tens of thousands of the flowery acres like a fire, and banishing many species of the best honey plants to rocky cliffs and fence corners, while, on the other hand, cultivation thus far has given no adequate compensation, at least in kind. Only acres of alfalfa for miles of the richest wild pasture, ornamental roses and honeysuckles around cottage doors for cascades of wild roses in the dells, and small square orchards and orange groves for broad mountain belts of chaparral. The great central plain of California, during the months of March, April, and May, was one smooth, continuous bed of honey bloom, so marvelously rich that, in walking from one end of it to the other, a distance of more than 400 miles, your foot would press about 100 flowers at every step. Mints, gilias, nemophilus, castilleias, and innumerable compostae were so crowded together that, had 99% of them been taken away, the plain would still have seemed to any but Californians extravagantly flowery. The radiant, honey-full corollas, touching and overlapping, and rising above one another, glowed in the living light like a sunset sky. One sheet of purple and gold, with the bright Sacramento pouring through the midst of it from the north, the San Joaquin from the south, and their main tributaries sweeping in at right angles from the mountains, dividing the plain into sections fringed with trees. Along the rivers there is a strip of bottom land, countersunk between the general level, and wider towards the foothills, where magnificent oaks from 3 to 8 feet in diameter cast grateful masses of shade over the open prairie-like levels, and close along the water's edge there was a fine jungle of tropical luxuriance, composed of wild rose and bramble bushes and a great variety of climbing vines, wreathing and interlacing the branches and trunks of willows and alders, and swinging across from summit to summit in heavy festoons. Here the wild bees revelled in fresh bloom long after the flowers of the drier plain had withered and gone to seed. And in midsummer, when the blackberries were ripe, the Indians came from the mountains to feast. Men, women, and babies, in long, noisy trains, often joined by the farmers of the neighborhood, who gathered this wild fruit with commendable appreciation of its superior flavor, while their home orchards were full of ripe peaches, apricots, nectarines, and figs, and their vineyards were laden with grapes. But though these luxuriant, shaggy riverbeds were thus distinct from the smooth, treeless plain, they made no heavy dividing lines in general views. The whole appeared as one continuous sheet of bloom, bounded only by the mountains. When I first saw this central garden, the most extensive and regular of all the bee pastures of the state, it seemed all one sheet of plant gold, hazy and vanishing in the distance, distinct as a new map along the foothills at my feet. Descending the eastern slopes of the coast range through beds of gilias and lupines, and around many a breezy hillock and bush-crowned headland, I at length waded out into the midst of it. All the ground was covered, not with grass and green leaves, but with radiant corollas, about ankle deep next the foothills, knee deep or more 5 or 6 miles out. Here were bahia, madia, madaria, borealia, chrysopsis, corythrogine, grindelia, etc., growing in close social congregations of various shades of yellow, blending finely with the purples of clarkia, orthocarpus, and oenthera, whose delicate petals were drinking the vital sunbeams without giving back any sparkling glow. Because so long a period of extreme drought succeeds the rainy season, most of the vegetation is composed of annuals, which spring up simultaneously and bloom together at about the same height above the ground, the general surface being but slightly ruffled by the taller phacelias, penstemons, and groups of Salvia carduacea, the king of the mints. Sauntering in any direction, hundreds of these happy sun plants brushed against my feet at every step, and closed over them as if I were wading in liquid gold. The air was sweet with fragrance, the larks sang their blessed songs, rising on the wing as I advanced, then sinking out of sight in the polleny sod, while myriads of wild bees stirred the lower air with their monotonous hum, monotonous, yet forever fresh and sweet as every day's sunshine. Hares and spermophiles showed themselves in considerable numbers in shallow places, and small bands of antelopes were almost constantly in sight, gazing curiously from some slight elevation, and then bounding away with the unrivalled grace of motion. Yet I could discover no crushed flowers to mark their track, nor indeed any destructive action of any wild foot or tooth whatever. The great yellow days circled by uncounted, while I drifted toward the north, observing the countless forms of life thronging about me, lying down almost anywhere on the approach of night. And what glorious botanical beds I had! Oftentimes on awaking, I would find several new species leaning over me and looking me full in the face, so that my studies would begin before rising. About the 1st of May I turned eastward, crossing the San Joaquin River, between the mouths of the Tuolumne and Merced, and by the time I had reached the Sierra foothills, most of the vegetation had gone to seed and become as dry as hay. All the seasons of the Great Plain are warm or temperate, and bee flowers are never wholly wanting. But the grand springtime, the annual resurrection, is governed by the rains, which usually set in about the middle of November or the beginning of December. Then the seeds, that for 6 months have lain on the ground dry and fresh, as if they had been gathered into barns, at once unfold their treasured life. The general brown and purple of the ground and the dead vegetation of the preceding year give place to the green of mosses and liverworts and myriads of young leaves. Then one species after another comes into flower, gradually overspreading the green with yellow and purple, which lasts until May. The rainy season is by no means a gloomy, soggy period of constant cloudiness and rain. Perhaps nowhere else in North America, perhaps in the world, are the months of December, January, February, and March so full of bland, plant-building sunshine. Referring to my notes of the winter and spring of 1868 '69, every day of which I spent out of doors, on that section of the plain lying between the Tuolumne and Merced rivers, I find that the first rain of the season fell on December 18th. January had only 6 rainy days, that is, days on which rain fell, February 3, March 5, April 3, and May 3, completing the so-called rainy season, which was about an average one. The ordinary rainstorm of this region is seldom very cold or violent. The winds, which in settled weather come from the northeast, veer round into the opposite direction. The sky fills gradually and evenly with one general cloud, from which the rain falls steadily, often for days in succession, at the temperature of about 45 degrees or 50 degrees. More than 75% of all the rain of this season came from the northwest, down the coast over southeastern Alaska, British Columbia, Washington, and Oregon, though the local winds of these circular storms blow from the southeast. One magnificent local storm from the northwest fell on March 21st. A massive, round-browed cloud came swelling and thundering over the flowery plain in most imposing majesty, its bossy front burning white and purple in the full blaze of the sun, while warm rain poured from its ample fountains like a cataract, beating down flowers and bees, and flooding the dry watercourses as suddenly as those of Nevada are flooded by the so-called cloudbursts. But in less than half an hour, not a trace of the heavy, mountain-like cloud structure was left in the sky, and the bees were on the wing, as if nothing more gratefully refreshing could have been sent them. By the end of January, 4 species of plants were in flower, and 5 or 6 mosses had already adjusted their hoods and were in the prime of life. But the flowers were not sufficiently numerous as yet to affect greatly the general green of the young leaves. Violets made their appearance in the first week of February, and toward the end of this month the warmer portions of the plain were already golden with myriads of the flowers of rayed composite. This was the full springtime. The sunshine grew warmer and richer. New plants bloomed every day. The air became more tuneful with humming wings, and sweeter with the fragrance of the opening flowers. Ants and ground squirrels were getting ready for their summer work, rubbing their benumbed limbs, and sunning themselves on the husk piles before their doors, and spiders were busy mending their old webs, or weaving new ones. In March, the vegetation was more than doubled in depth and color. Claytonia, Calandrinia, a large white gilia, and 2 nemophilus were in bloom, together with a host of yellow composite, tall enough now to bend in the wind and show wavering ripples of shade. In April, plant life as a whole reached its greatest height, and the plain, over all its varied surface, was mantled with a close, furred plush of purple and golden corollas. By the end of this month, most of the species had ripened their seeds, but, undecayed, still seemed to be in bloom from the numerous corolla-like involucres and whorls of chaffy scales on the composite. In May, the bees found in flower only a few deep-set liliaceous plants and erigonums. June, July, August, and September is the season of rest and sleep, a winter of dry heat, followed in October by a second outburst of bloom at the very driest time of the year. Then, after the shrunken mass of leaves and stalks of the dead vegetation crinkle and turn to dust beneath the foot, as if it had been baked in an oven, Herrnzonia virgata, a slender, unobtrusive little plant, from 6 inches to 3 feet high, suddenly makes its appearance in patches miles in extent, like a resurrection of the bloom of April. I have counted upward of 3,000 flowers, 5/8 of an inch in diameter, on a single plant. Both its leaves and stems are so slender as to be nearly invisible at a distance of a few yards, amid so showy a multitude of flowers. The ray and disc flowers are both yellow, the stamens purple, and the texture of the rays is rich and velvety, like the petals of garden pansies. The prevailing wind turns all the heads round to the southeast, so that, in facing northwestward, we have the flowers looking us in the face. In my estimation, this little plant, the last born of the brilliant host of compositae that glorify the plain, is the most interesting of all. It remains in flower until November, uniting with 2 or 3 species of wiry eriogonums, which continue the floral chain around December to the spring flowers of January. Thus, although the main bloom and honey season is only about 3 months long, the floral circle, however thin around some of the hot, rainless months, is never completely broken. How long the various species of wild bees have lived in this honey garden, nobody knows. Probably ever since the main body of the present flora gained possession of the land, toward the close of the glacial period. The first brown honey bees brought to California are said to have arrived in San Francisco in March 1853. A beekeeper by the name of Shelton purchased a lot, consisting of 12 swarms, from someone at Aspinwall who had brought them from New York. When landed at San Francisco, all the hives contained live bees, but they finally dwindled to 1 hive, which was taken to San Jose. The little immigrants flourished and multiplied in the bountiful pastures of the Santa Clara Valley, sending off 3 swarms the first season. The owner was killed shortly afterward, and in settling up his estate, 2 of the swarms were sold at auction for $105 and $110 respectively. Other importations were made from time to time by way of the Isthmus, and though great pains were taken to ensure success, about 1/2 usually died on the way. 4 swarms were brought safely across the plains in 1859, the hives being placed in the rear end of a wagon, which was stopped in the afternoon to allow the bees to fly and feed in the floweriest places that were within reach until dark, when the hives were closed. In 1855, 2 years after the time of the first arrivals from New York, a single swarm was brought over from San Jose, and let fly in the great central plain. Bee culture, however, has never gained much attention here, notwithstanding the extraordinary abundance of honey bloom, and the high price of honey during the early years. A few hives are found here and there among settlers who chance to have learned something about the business before coming to the state. But sheep, cattle, grain, and fruit raising are the chief industries, as they require less skill and care, while the profits thus far have been greater. In 1856, honey sold here at from $1.50 to $2 a pound. 12 years later, the price had fallen to 12.5 cents. In 1868, I sat down to dinner with a band of ravenous sheep shearers at a ranch on the San Joaquin, where 15 or 20 hives were kept, and our host advised us not to spare the large pan of honey he had placed on the table, as it was the cheapest article he had to offer. In all my walks, however, I have never come upon a regular bee ranch in the Central Valley like those so common and so skillfully managed in the southern counties of the state. The few pounds of honey and wax produced are consumed at home, and are scarcely taken into account among the coarser products of the farm. The swarms that escape from their careless owners have a weary, perplexing time of it in seeking suitable homes. Most of them find their ways to the foothills of the mountains, or to the trees that line the banks of the rivers, where some hollow log or trunk may be found. A friend of mine, while out hunting on the San Joaquin, came upon an old coon trap hidden among some tall grass near the edge of the river, upon which he sat down to rest. Shortly afterward his attention was attracted to a crowd of angry bees that were flying excitedly about his head, when he discovered that he was sitting upon their hive, which was found to contain more than 200 pounds of honey. Out in the broad, swampy delta of the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers, the little wanderers have been known to build their combs in a bunch of rushes, or stiff, wiry grass only slightly protected from the weather, and in danger every spring of being carried away by floods. They have the advantage, however, of a vast extent of fresh pasture, accessible only to themselves. The present condition of the grand central garden is very different from that we have sketched. About 20 years ago, when the gold placers had been pretty thoroughly exhausted, the attention of fortune seekers, not home seekers, was in great part turned away from the mines to the fertile plains, and many began experiments in a kind of restless, wild agriculture. A load of lumber would be hauled to some spot on the free wilderness, where water could be easily found, and a rude box cabin built. Then a gang plow was procured, and a dozen mustang ponies worth $10 or $15 apiece, and with these hundreds of acres were stirred as easily as if the land had been under cultivation for years, tough, perennial roots being almost wholly absent. Thus a ranch was established, and from these bare wooden huts, as centers of desolation, the wild flora vanished in ever-widening circles. But the arch-destroyers are the shepherds, with their flocks of hooved locusts, sweeping over the ground like a fire, and trampling down every rod that escapes the plow, as completely as if the whole plain were a cottage garden plot without a fence. But, notwithstanding these destroyers, 1,000 swarms of bees may be pastured here for every one now gathering honey. The greater portion is still covered every season with a repressed growth of bee flowers, for most of the species are annuals, and many of them are not relished by sheep or cattle, while the rapidity of their growth enables them to develop and mature their seeds before any foot has time to crush them. The ground is therefore kept sweet, and the race is perpetuated, though only as a suggestive shadow of the magnificence of its wildness. The time will undoubtedly come when the entire area of this noble valley will be tilled like a garden, when the fertilizing waters of the mountains, now flowing to the sea, will be distributed to every acre, giving rise to prosperous towns, wealth, arts, etc. Then, I suppose, there will be left few, even among botanists, to deplore the vanished primeval flora. In the meantime, the pure waste going on, the wanton destruction of the innocents, is a sad sight to see, and the sun may well be pitied in being compelled to look on. The bee pastures of the coast ranges last longer and are more varied than those of the Great Plain, on account of differences of soil and climate, moisture and shade, etc. Some of the mountains are upward of 4,000 feet in height, and small streams, springs, oozy bogs, etc., occur in great abundance and variety in the wooded areas, while open parks flooded with sunshine, and hill-girt valleys lying at different elevations, each with its own peculiar climate and exposure, possess the required conditions for the development of species and families of plants widely varied. Next the plain there is, first, a series of smooth hills, planted with a rich and showy vegetation that differs but little from that of the plain itself, as if the edge of the plain had been lifted and bent into flowing folds, with all its flowers in place, only toned down a little as to their luxuriance, and a few new species introduced, such as the hill lupines, mentz, and gilias. The colors show finely when thus held to view on the slopes, patches of red, purple, blue, yellow, and white, blending around the edges, the whole appearing at a little distance like a map colored in sections. Above this lies the park and chaparral region, with oaks, mostly evergreen, planted wide apart, and blooming shrubs from 3 to 10 feet high, manzanita and ceanothus of several species, mixed with rhamnus, cercis, picaringia, cherry, amelanchier, and adenostoma, in shaggy interlocking thickets, and many species of hosakia, clover, monardalia, castellaria, etc., in the openings. The main ranges send out spurs somewhat parallel to their axes, enclosing level valleys, many of them quite extensive, and containing a great profusion of sun-loving bee flowers in their wild state. But these are, in great part, already lost to the bees by cultivation. Nearer the coast are the giant forests of the redwoods, extending from near the Oregon line to Santa Cruz. Beneath the cool deep shade of these majestic trees, the ground is occupied by ferns, chiefly woodwardia and aspidiums, with only a few flowering plants, oxalis, trientalis, erythronium, fritillaria, smilax, and other shade lovers. But all along the redwood belt there are sunny openings on hill slopes looking to the south, where the giant trees stand back and give the ground to the small sunflowers and the bees. Around the lofty redwood walls of these little bee acres there is usually a fringe of chestnut oak, laurel, and madroño, the last of which is a surpassingly beautiful tree, and a great favorite with the bees. The trunks of the largest specimens are 7 or 8 feet thick, and about 50 feet high, the bark red and chocolate colored, the leaves plain, large, and glossy, like those of Magnolia grandiflora, while the flowers are yellowish-white and urn-shaped in well-proportioned panicles, from 5 to 10 inches long. When in full bloom, a single tree seems to be visited at times by a whole hive of bees at once, and the deep hum of such a multitude makes the listener guess that more than the ordinary work of honey-winning must be going on. How perfectly enchanting and care-obliterating are these withdrawn gardens of the woods, long vistas opening to the sea, sunshine sifting and pouring upon the flowery ground in a tremulous, shifting mosaic, as the light ways in the leafy wall open and close with the swaying breeze, shining leaves and flowers, birds and bees, mingling together in springtime harmony, and soothing fragrance exhaling from 1,000,000 fountains. In these balmy, dissolving days, when the deep heartbeats of nature are felt thrilling rocks and trees and everything alike, Common business and friends are happily forgotten, and even the natural honey work of bees, and the care of birds for their young, and mothers for their children, seem slightly out of place. To the northward, in Humboldt and the adjacent counties, whole hillsides are covered with rhododendron, making a glorious melody of bee bloom in the spring; and the western azalea, hardly less flowery, grows in massy thickets 3 to 8 feet high around the edges of groves and woods as far south as San Luis Obispo, usually accompanied by manzanita, while the valleys, with their varying moisture and shade, yield a rich variety of smaller honey flowers, such as mentha, lycopus, micromeria, audibertia, trichostema, and other mints, with vaccinium, wild strawberry, geranium, calais, and goldenrod; and in the cool glens along the stream banks, where the shade of trees is not too deep, spirea, dogwood, heteromelis, and calycanthus, and many species of rubus form interlacing tangles, some portion of which continues in bloom for months. Though the coast region was first to be invaded and settled by white men, it has suffered less from a bee point of view than either of the other main divisions, chiefly no doubt because of the unevenness of the surface, and because it is owned and protected instead of lying exposed to the flocks of the wandering sheepmen. These remarks apply more particularly to the north half of the coast. Farther south there is less moisture, less forest shade, and the honey flora is less varied. The Sierra region is the largest of the 3 main divisions of the bee lands of the state, and the most regularly varied in its subdivisions, owing to their gradual rise from the level of the central plain to the alpine summits. The foothill region is about as dry and sunful, from the end of May until the settling in of the winter rains, as the plain. There are no shady forests, no damp glens, at all like those lying at the same elevations in the coast mountains. The social composite of the plains, with a few species, form the bulk of the herbaceous portion of the vegetation up to a height of 1,500 feet or more, shaded lightly here and there with oaks and Sabine pines, and interrupted by patches of ceanothus and buckeye. Above this, and just below the forest region, there is a dark, heath-like belt of chaparral, composed almost exclusively of Adenostoma fasciculata, a bush belonging to the rose family, from 5 to 8 feet high, with small round leaves and fascicles, and bearing a multitude of small white flowers in panicles on the ends of the upper branches. Where it occurs at all, it usually covers all the ground with a close, impenetrable growth, scarcely broken for miles. Up through the forest region to a height of about 9,000 feet above sea level, there are ragged patches of manzanita and 5 or 6 species of ceanothus, called deerbrush or California lilac. These are the most important of all the honey-bearing bushes of the Sierra. Chamabatia foliosa, a little shrub about a foot high, with flowers like the strawberry, makes handsome carpets beneath the pines, and seems to be a favorite with the bees, while pines themselves furnish unlimited quantities of pollen and honey-dew. The product of a single tree, ripening its pollen at the right time of year, would be sufficient for the wants of a whole hive. Along the streams there is a rich growth of lilies, larkspurs, pedicularis, castilleias, and clover. The alpine region contains the flowery glacier meadows, and countless small gardens in all sorts of places, full of potentilla of several species, spragueia, evasia, epilobium, and goldenrod, with beds of bryanthus and the charming cassiope, covered with sweet bells. Even the tops of the mountains are blessed with flowers, dwarf phlox, polemonium, ribes, hulsea, etc. I have seen wild bees and butterflies feeding at a height of 13,000 feet above the sea. Many, however, that go up these dangerous heights never come down again. Some, undoubtedly, perish in storms, and I have found thousands lying dead or benumbed on the surface of the glaciers, to which they had perhaps been attracted by the white glare, taking them for beds of bloom. From swarms that escape their owners in the lowlands, the honey bee is now generally distributed throughout the whole length of the Sierra, up to an elevation of 8,000 feet above sea level. At this height they flourish without care, though the snow every winter is deep. Even higher than this, several bee trees have been cut which contained over 200 pounds of honey. The destructive action of sheep has not been so general on the mountain pastures as on those of the Great Plain, but in many places it has been more complete, owing to the more friable character of the soil and its sloping position. The slant digging and down-raking action of hooves on the steeper slopes of moraines has uprooted and buried many of the tender plants from year to year, without allowing them time to mature their seeds. The shrubs, too, are badly bitten, especially the various species of ceanothus. Fortunately, neither sheep nor cattle care to feed on the manzanita, spirea, or adenostoma, and these fine honey bushes are too stiff and tall, or grow in places too rough and inaccessible, to be trodden underfoot. Also, the canyon walls and gorges, which form so considerable a part of the area of the range, while inaccessible to domestic sheep, are well fringed with honey shrubs, and contain thousands of lovely bee gardens, lying hid in narrow side canyons and recesses fenced with avalanche taluses, and on the top of flat, projecting headlands, where only bees would think to look for them. But, on the other hand, a great portion of the woody plants that escape the feet and teeth of the sheep are destroyed by the shepherds by means of running fires, which are set everywhere during the dry autumn for the purpose of burning off the old fallen trunks and underbrush, with a view to improving the pastures, and making more open ways for the flocks. These destructive sheep fires sweep through nearly the entire forest belt of the range, from one extremity to the other, consuming not only the underbrush, but the young trees and seedlings on which the permanence of the forests depends, thus setting in motion a long train of evils which will certainly reach far beyond bees and beekeepers. The plough has not yet invaded the forest region to any appreciable extent, neither has it accomplished much in the foothills. Thousands of bee ranches might be established along the margin of the plain, and up to a height of 4,000 feet, wherever water could be obtained. The climate at this elevation admits of the making of permanent homes, and by moving the hives to higher pastures, as the lower pass out of bloom, the annual yield of honey would be nearly doubled. The foothill pastures, as we have seen, fail about the end of May. Those of the chaparral belt and lower forests are in full bloom in June, those of the upper and alpine region in July, August, and September. In Scotland, after the best of the lowland bloom is past, the bees are carried in carts to the highlands, and set free on the heather hills. In France, too, and in Poland, they are carried from pasture to pasture among orchards and fields in the same way, and among the rivers in barges to collect the honey of the delightful vegetation of the banks. In Egypt they are taken far up the Nile, and floated slowly home again, gathering the honey harvest of the various fields on the way, timing their movements in accord with the seasons. Were similar methods pursued in California, the productive season would last nearly all the year. End of section 16A. Read for LibriVox by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California. Spring 2007. Section 16B of The Mountains of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Mountains of California by John Muir. Section 16B from The Bee Pastures. The average elevation of the north half of the Sierra is, as we have seen, considerably less than that of the south half, and small streams, with the bank and meadow gardens dependent upon them, are less abundant. Around the headwaters of the Yuba, Feather, and Pitt rivers, the extensive tablelands of lava are sparsely planted with pines, through which the sunshine reaches the ground with little interruption. Here flourishes a scattered, tufted growth of golden aplapopus, linoceros, bahia, wyathia, arnica, artemisia, and similar plants, with manzanita, cherry, plum, and thorn in ragged patches on the cooler hill slopes. At the extremities of the great central plain, the Sierra and coast ranges curve around and lock together in a labyrinth of mountains and valleys, throughout which their floras are mingled, making, at the north, with its temperate climate and copious rainfall, a perfect paradise for bees, though, strange to say, scarcely a single regular bee ranch has yet been established in it. Of all the upper flower fields of the Sierra, Shasta is the most honeyful, and yet may surpass in fame the celebrated honey hills of Hybla and Harthy Hymettus. Regarding this noble mountain from a bee point of view, encircled by its many climates, and sweeping aloft from the torrid plain into the frosty azure, we find the first 5,000 feet from the summit generally snow-clad, and therefore about as honeyless as the sea. The base of this Arctic region is girdled by a belt of crumbling lava, measuring about 1,000 feet in vertical breadth, and is mostly free from snow in summer. Beautiful lichens enliven the faces of the cliffs with their bright colors, and in some of the warmer nooks there are a few tufts of alpine daisies, wallflowers, and pentstemons, but, notwithstanding, these bloom freely in late summer. The zone as a whole is almost as honeyless as the icy summit, and its lower edge may be taken as the honey line. Immediately below this comes the forest zone, covered with a rich growth of conifers, chiefly silver firs, rich in pollen and honey dew, and diversified with countless garden openings, many of them less than 100 yards across. Next in orderly succession comes the great bee zone. Its area far surpasses that of the icy summit and both the other zones combined, for it goes sweeping majestically around the entire mountain with a breadth of 6 or 7 miles and a circumference of nearly 100 miles. Shasta, as we have already seen, is a fire mountain created by a succession of eruptions of ashes and molten lava, which, flowing over the lips of its several craters, grew outward and upward like the trunk of a knotty exogenous tree. Then followed a strange contrast. The glacial winter came on, loading the cooling mountain with ice, which flowed slowly outward in every direction, radiating from the summit in the form of one vast conical glacier, a down-crawling mantle of ice upon a fountain of smoldering fire. Crushing and grinding for centuries its brown, flinty lavas with incessant activity, and thus degrading and remodeling the entire mountain. When at length the glacial period began to draw near its close, the ice mantle was gradually melted off around the bottom, and in receding and breaking into its present fragmentary condition, irregular rings and heaps of moraine matter were stored upon its flanks. The glacial erosion of most of the Shasta lavas produced detritus, composed of rough subangular boulders of moderate size and of porous gravel and sand, which yields freely to the transporting power of running water. Magnificent floods from the ample fountains of ice and snow, working with sublime energy upon this prepared glacial detritus, sorted it out and carried down immense quantities from the higher slopes, and reformed it in smooth, delta-like beds around the base. And it is these flood beds joined together that now form the main honey zone of the old volcano. Thus, by forces seemingly antagonistic and destructive, has Mother Nature accomplished her beneficent designs. Now a flood of fire, now a flood of ice, now a flood of water, and at length an outburst of organic life, a Milky Way of snowy petals and wings, girdling the rugged mountain like a cloud, as if the vivifying sunbeams beating against its sides had broken into a foam of plant, bloom, and bees, as sea waves break in bloom on a rock shore. In this flowery wilderness the bees rove and revel, rejoicing in the bounty of the sun, clambering eagerly through bramble and huckle-bloom, ringing the myriad bells of the manzanita, now humming aloft among polleny willows and firs, now down on the ashy ground among gilias and buttercups, and anon plunging deep into snowy banks of cherry and buckthorn. They consider the lilies and roll into them, and, like lilies, they toil not, for they are impelled by sun power, as water wheels by water power, and when the one has plenty of high-pressure water, the other plenty of sunshine, they hum and quiver alike. Sauntering in the Shasta bee lands in the sun-days of summer, one may readily infer the time of day from the comparative energy of bee movements alone, drowsy and moderate in the cool of the morning, increasing in energy with the ascending sun, and, at high noon, thrilling and quivering in wild ecstasy, then gradually declining again to the stillness of night. In my excursions among the glaciers, I occasionally meet bees that are hungry, like mountaineers who venture too far and remain too long above the bread line. Then they droop and wither like autumn leaves. The Shasta bees are perhaps better fed than any others in the Sierra. Their field work is one perpetual feast, but however exhilarating the sunshine or bountiful the supply of flowers, they are always dainty feeders. Humming moths and hummingbirds seldom set foot upon a flower, but poise on the wing in front of it, and reach forward as if they were sucking through straws. But bees, though as dainty as they, hug their favorite flowers with profound cordiality, and push their blunt polleny faces against them, like babies on their mother's bosom. And fondly, too, with eternal love, does Mother Nature clasp her small bee babies, and suckle them, multitudes at once, on her warm Shasta breast. Besides the common honey bee, there are many other species here, fine, mossy, burly fellows, who were nourished on the mountains thousands of sunny seasons before the advent of the domestic species. Among these are the bumblebees, mason bees, carpenter bees, and leaf cutters. Butterflies, too, and moths of every size and pattern, some broad-winged like bats, flapping slowly and sailing in easy curves, others like small flying violets, shaking about loosely in short, crooked flights close to the flowers, feasting luxuriously night and day. Great numbers of deer also delight to dwell in the brushy portions of the bee pastures. Bears, too, roam the sweet wilderness, their blunt, shaggy forms harmonizing well with the trees and tangled bushes, and with the bees also, notwithstanding the disparity in size. They are fond of all good things, and enjoy them to the utmost, with but little troublesome discrimination, flowers and leaves as well as berries, and the bees themselves as well as their honey. Though the California bears have as yet but little experience with honey bees, they often succeed in reaching their bountiful stores, and it seems doubtful whether bees themselves enjoy honey with so great a relish. By means of their powerful teeth and claws, they can gnaw and tear open almost any hive conveniently accessible. Most honey bees, however, in search of a home, are wise enough to make choice of a hollow in a living tree, a considerable distance above the ground where such places are to be had. Then they are pretty secure, for though the smaller black and brown bears climb well, they are unable to break into strong hives while compelled to exert themselves to keep from falling, and at the same time to endure the stings of the fighting bees without having their paws free to rub them off. But woe to the black bumblebees discovered in their mossy nests in the ground. With a few strokes of their huge paws, the bears uncover the entire establishment, and before time is given for a general buzz, bees old and young, larvae, honey, stings, nest, and all are taken in one ravishing mouthful. Not the least influential of the agents concerned in the superior sweetness of the Shasta flora are its storms. Storms, I mean, that are strictly local, bred and born on the mountain. The magical rapidity with which they are grown on the mountain top, and bestow their charity in rain and snow, never fails to astonish the inexperienced lowlander. Often in calm, glowing days, while the bees are still on the wing, a storm cloud may be seen far above in the pure ether, swelling its pearl bosses and growing silently like a plant. Presently a clear, ringing discharge of thunder is heard, followed by a rush of wind that comes sounding over the bending woods like the roar of the ocean, mingling raindrops, snowflowers, honeyflowers, and bees in wild storm harmony. Still more impressive are the warm, reviving days of spring in the mountain pastures. The blood of the plants throbbing beneath the life-giving sunshine seems to be heard and felt. Plant growth goes on before our eyes, and every tree in the woods, and every bush and flower, is seen as a hive of restless industry. The deeps of the sky are mottled with singing wings of every tone and color, clouds of brilliant chrysalidae dancing and swirling in exquisite rhythm, golden-barred vespidae, dragonflies, butterflies, grating cicadas, and jolly, rattling grasshoppers, fairly enameling the light. On bright, crisp mornings, a striking optical effect may frequently be observed from the shadows of the higher mountains while the sunbeams are pouring past overhead. Then every insect, no matter what may be its own proper color, burns white in the light. Gauzy winged hymenoptera, moths, jet-black beetles, all are transfigured alike in pure spiritual white, like snowflakes. In Southern California, where bee culture has had so much skillful attention of late years, The pasturage is not more abundant or more advantageously varied as to the number of its honey plants and their distribution over mountain and plain, than that of many other portions of the state, where the industrial currents flow in other channels. The famous white sage, Audiobook, belonging to the mint family, flourishes here in all its glory, blooming in May, and yielding great quantities of clear, pale honey, which is greatly prized in every market it has yet reached. This species grows chiefly in the valleys and low hills. The black sage on the mountains is part of a dense, thorny chaparral, which is composed chiefly of adenostoma, ceanothus, manzanita, and cherry, not differing greatly from that of the southern portion of the Sierra, but more dense and continuous, and taller, and remaining longer in bloom. Stream-side gardens, so charming a feature of both the Sierra and coast mountains, are less numerous in Southern California, but they are exceedingly rich in honey flowers, wherever found. Mellilotus, columbine, calencia, verbena, zauschneria, wild rose, honeysuckle, philadelphus, and lilies rising from the warm, moist dells in a very storm of exuberance. Wild buckwheat of many species is developed in abundance over the dry, sandy valleys and lower slopes of the mountains toward the end of summer, and is, at this time, the main dependence of the bees, reinforced here and there by orange groves, alfalfa fields, and small home gardens. The main honey months in ordinary seasons are April, May, June, July, and August, while the other months are usually flowery enough to yield sufficient for the bees. According to Mr. J.T. Gordon, president of the Los Angeles County Beekeepers Association, the first bees introduced into the county were a single hive which cost $150 in San Francisco and arrived in September 1854. Footnote: 15 hives of Italian bees were introduced into Los Angeles County in 1855, and in 1876 they had increased to 500. The marked superiority claimed for them over the common species is now attracting considerable attention. End of footnote. In April of the following year, this hive sent out 2 swarms, which were sold for $100 each. From this small beginning, the bees gradually multiplied to about 3,000 swarms in the year 1873. In 1876, it was estimated that there were between 15,000 to 20,000 hives in the county, producing an annual yield of about 100 pounds to the hive, in some exceptional cases a much greater yield. In San Diego County, at the beginning of the season of 1878, there were about 24,000 hives, and the shipments from the one port of San Diego for the same year, from July 17th to November 10th, were 1,071 barrels, 15,544 cases, and nearly 90 tons. The largest bee ranches have about 1,000 hives, and are carefully and skillfully managed, every scientific appliance of merit being brought into use. There are few beekeepers, however, who own half as many as this, or who give their undivided attention to the business. Orange culture at present is heavily overshadowing every other business. A good many of the so-called bee ranches of Los Angeles and San Diego counties are still of the rudest pioneer kind imaginable. A man unsuccessful in everything else hears the interesting story of the profits and comforts of beekeeping and concludes to try it. He buys a few colonies, or gets them, from some overstocked ranch on shares, takes them back to the foot of some canyon where the pasturage is fresh, squats on the land with or without the permission of the owner, sets up his hives, makes a box cabin for himself, scarcely bigger than a beehive, and awaits his fortune. Bees suffer sadly from famine during the dry years which occasionally occur in the southern and middle portions of the state. If the rainfall amounts to only 3 or 4 inches instead of from 12 to 20 as in ordinary seasons, then sheep and cattle die in the thousands, and so do these small winged cattle, unless they are carefully fed, or removed to other pastures. The year 1877 will long be remembered as exceptionally rainless and distressing. Scarcely a flower bloomed on the dry valleys away from the stream sides, and not a single grain field depending upon rain was reaped. The seed only sprouted, came up a little way, and withered. Horses, cattle, and sheep grew thinner day by day, nibbling at bushes and weeds, along the shallowing edges of streams, many of which were dried up altogether, for the first time since the settlement of the country. In the course of a trip I made during the summer of that year through Monterey, San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, Ventura, and Los Angeles counties, the deplorable effects of the drought were everywhere visible. Leafless fields, dead and dying cattle, dead bees, and half-dead people with dusty, doleful faces. Even the birds and squirrels were in distress, though their suffering was less painfully apparent than that of the poor cattle. These were falling one by one in slow, sure starvation along the banks of the hot, sluggish streams, while thousands of buzzards correspondingly fat were sailing above them, or standing gorged on the ground beneath the trees, waiting with easy faith for fresh carcasses. The quails, prudently considering the hard times, abandoned all thought of pairing. They were too poor to marry, and so continued in flocks all through the year without attempting to rear young. The ground squirrels, although an exceptionally industrious and enterprising race, as every farmer knows, were hard pushed for a living. Not a fresh leaf or seed was to be found, save in the trees, whose bossy masses of dark green foliage presented a striking contrast to the ashen baldness of the ground beneath them. The squirrels, leaving their accustomed feeding grounds, betook themselves to the leafy oaks to gnaw out the acorn stores of the provident woodpeckers, but the latter kept up a vigilant watch upon their movements. I noticed 4 woodpeckers in league against 1 squirrel, driving the poor fellow out of an oak that they claimed. He dodged round the knotty trunk from side to side as nimbly as he could in his famished condition, only to find a sharp bill everywhere. But the fate of the bees that year seemed the saddest of all. In different portions of Los Angeles and San Diego counties, from 1/2 to 3/4 of them died of sheer starvation. Not less than 18,000 colonies perished in these 2 counties alone, while in the adjacent counties the death rate was hardly less. Even the colonies nearest to the mountains suffered this year, for the smaller vegetation on the foothills was affected by the drought almost as severely as that of the valleys and plains, and even the hardy, deep-rooted chaparral, the surest dependence of the bees, bloomed sparingly, while much of it was beyond reach. Every swarm could have been saved, however, by promptly supplying them with food when their own stores began to fail, and before they became enfeebled and discouraged, or by cutting roads back into the mountains and taking them into the heart of the flowery chaparral. The Santa Lucia, San Rafael, San Gabriel, San Jacinto, and San Bernardino ranges are almost untouched as yet by the wild bees. Some idea of their resources and of the advantages and disadvantages they offer to beekeepers may be formed from an excursion that I made into the San Gabriel Range about the beginning of August of the dry year. This range, containing most of the characteristic features of the other ranges just mentioned, overlooks the Los Angeles vineyards and orange groves from the north, and is more rigidly inaccessible, in the ordinary meaning of the word, than any other that I ever attempted to penetrate. The slopes are exceptionally steep and insecure to the foot, and they are covered with thorny bushes from 5 to 10 feet high. With the exception of little spots not visible in general views, the entire surface is covered with them, massed in close hedge growth, sweeping gracefully down into every gorge and hollow, and swelling over every ridge and summit in shaggy, ungovernable exuberance, offering more honey to the acre for half the year than the most crowded clover field. But when beheld from the open San Gabriel Valley, beaten with dry sunshine, all that was seen of the range seemed to wear a forbidding aspect. From base to summit all seemed gray, barren, silent, its glorious chaparral appearing like dry moss, creeping over its dull, wrinkled ridges and hollows. Setting out from Pasadena, I reached the foot of the range about sundown, and being weary and heated with my walk across the shadeless valley, concluded to camp for the night. After resting a few moments, I began to look about among the flood boulders of Eaton Creek for a campground, when I came upon a strange, dark-looking man who had been chopping cordwood. He seemed surprised at seeing me, so I sat down with him on the live oak log he had been cutting, and made haste to give a reason for my appearance in his solitude, explaining that I was anxious to find out something about the mountains, and meant to make my way up Eaton Creek next morning. Then he kindly invited me to camp with him, and led me to his little cabin, situated at the foot of the mountains, where a small spring oozes out of a bank overgrown with wild rose bushes. After supper, when the daylight was gone, he explained that he was out of candles, so we sat in the dark while he gave me a sketch of his life in a mixture of Spanish and English. He was born in Mexico, his father Irish, his mother Spanish. He had been a miner, rancher, prospector, hunter, etc., rambling always, and wearing his life away in mere waste. But now he was going to settle down. His past life, he said, was of no account, but the future was promising. He was going to make money and marry a Spanish woman. People mine here for water as for gold. He had been running a tunnel into a spur of the mountain back of his cabin. My prospect is good, he said, and if I chance to strike a good strong flow, I'll soon be worth $5,000 or $10,000. For that flat out there, referring to a small irregular patch of bouldery detritus, 2 or 3 acres in size, that had been deposited by Eaton Creek during some flood season, that flat is large enough for a nice orange grove, and the bank behind the cabin will do for a vineyard, and after watering my own trees and vines, I will have some water left to sell to my neighbors below me, down the valley. And then, he continued, I can keep bees, and make money that way too, for the mountains above here are just full of honey in the summertime, and one of my neighbors down here says that he will let me have a whole lot of hives, on shares, to start with. You see, I've a good thing. I'm all right now. All this prospective affluence in the sunken, boulder-choked flood-bed of a mountain stream. Leaving the bees out of the count, most fortune-seekers would as soon think of settling on the summit of Mount Shasta. Next morning, wishing my hopeful entertainer good luck, I set out on my shaggy excursion. About half a mile's walk above the cabin, I came to the fall, famous throughout the valley settlements as the finest yet discovered in San Gabriel Mountains. It is a charming little thing, with a low, sweet voice, singing like a bird, as it pours from a notch in a short ledge, some 35 or 40 feet into a round mirror pool. The face of the cliff back of it and on both sides is smoothly covered and embossed with mosses, against which the white water shines out in showy relief, like a silver instrument in a velvet case. Hither come the San Gabriel lads and lassies to gather ferns and dabble away their hot holidays in the cool water, glad to escape from their commonplace palm gardens and orange groves. The delicate maidenhair grows on fissured rocks within reach of the spray, while broad-leaved maples and sycamores cast soft, mellow shade over a rich profusion of bee flowers, growing among boulders in front of the pool. The fall, the flowers, the bees, the ferny rocks and leafy shade, forming a charming little poem of wildness, the last of a series extending down the flowery slopes of Mount San Antonio through the rugged, foam-beaten bosses of the main Eaton Cañon. From the base of the fall I followed the ridge that forms the western rim of the Eaton Basin to the summit of one of the principal peaks, which is about 5,000 feet above sea level. Then, turning eastward, I crossed the middle of the basin, forcing a way over its main subordinate ridges and across its eastern rim, having to contend almost everywhere with the floweriest and most impenetrable growth of honey bushes I ever encountered since first my mountaineering began. Most of the Shasta chaparral is leafy nearly to the ground. Here the main stems are naked for 3 or 4 feet, and interspiked with dead twigs, forming a stiff chevaux de frise, through which even the bears make their way with difficulty. I was compelled to creep for miles on all fours, and in following the bear trails often found tufts of hair on the bushes where they had forced themselves through. For 100 feet or so above the fall, the ascent was made possible only by tough cushions of club moss that clung to the rock. Above this the ridge weathers away to a thin knife blade for a few hundred yards, and thence to the summit of the range it carries a bristly mane of chaparral. Here and there small openings occur on rocky places, commanding fine views across the cultivated valley to the ocean. These, I found by the tracks, were favorite outlooks and resting places for the wild animals. Bears, wolves, foxes, wildcats, etc., which abound here, and would have to be taken into account in the establishment of bee ranches. In the deepest thickets I found wood rat villages, groups of huts 4 to 6 feet high, built of sticks and leaves in rough tapering piles, like muskrat cabins. I noticed a good many bees, too, most of them wild. The tame honey bees seemed languid and wing-weary, as if they had come all the way up from the flowerless valley. After reaching the summit, I had time to make only a hasty survey of the basin, now glowing in the sunset gold, before hastening down into one of the tributary cañons in search of water. Emerging from a particularly tedious breadth of chaparral, I found myself free and erect in a beautiful park-like grove of mountain live oak, where the ground was planted with aspidiums and briar roses, while the glossy foliage made a close canopy overhead, leaving the gray dividing trunks bare to show the beauty of their interlacing arches. The bottom of the cañon was dry where I first reached it, but a bunch of scarlet mimulus indicated water at no great distance, and I soon discovered about a bucketful in a hollow of the rock. This, however, was full of dead bees, wasps, beetles, and leaves well steeped and simmered, and would therefore require boiling and filtering through fresh charcoal before it could be made available. Tracing the dry channel about a mile farther down to its junction with a larger tributary cañon, I at length discovered a lot of boulder pools, clear as crystal, brimming full, and linked together by glistening streamlets just strong enough to sing audibly. Flowers in full bloom adorned their margins, lilies 10 feet high, larkspur, columbines, and luxuriant ferns, leaning and overarching in lavish abundance, while a noble old live oak spread its rugged arms over all. Here I camped, making my bed on smooth cobblestones. Next day, in the channel of a tributary that heads on Mount San Antonio, I passed about 15 or 20 gardens like the one in which I slept, lilies in every one of them, in the full pomp of bloom. My third camp was made near the middle of the general basin, at the head of a long system of cascades from 10 to 20 feet high, one following the other in close succession down a rocky, inaccessible cañon, making a total descent of nearly 1,700 feet. Above the cascades, the main stream passes through a series of open, sunny levels, the largest of which are about an acre in size, where the wild bees and their companions were feasting on a showy growth of zauschneria, painted cups, and monardella, and gray squirrels were busy harvesting the burrs of the Douglas spruce, the only conifer I met in the basin. The eastern slopes of the basin are in every way similar to those we have described, and the same may be said of the other portions of the range. From the highest summit, far as the eye could reach, the landscape was one vast bee pasture, a rolling wilderness of honey bloom, scarcely broken by bits of forest or the rocky outcrops of hilltops and ridges. Behind the San Bernardino Range lies the wild sagebrush country, bounded on the east by the Colorado River, and extending in a general northerly direction to Nevada, and along the eastern base of the Sierra beyond Mono Lake. The greater portion of this immense region, including Owens Valley, Death Valley, and the sink of the Mojave, the area of which is nearly 1/5 that of the entire state, is usually regarded as a desert, not because of any lack in the soil, but for want of rain, and rivers available for irrigation. Very little of it, however, is desert in the eyes of a bee. Looking now over all the available pastures of California, it appears that the business of beekeeping is still in its infancy. Even in the more enterprising of the southern counties, where so vigorous a beginning has been made, less than 1/10 of their honey resources have as yet been developed, while in the Great Plain, the Coast Ranges, the Sierra Nevada, and the northern region about Mount Shasta, the business can hardly be said to exist at all. What the limits of its developments in the future may be, with the advantages of cheaper transportation and the invention of better methods in general, it is not easy to guess. Nor, on the other hand, are we able to measure the influence on bee interests likely to follow the destruction of the forests, now rapidly falling before fire and the axe. As to the sheep evil, that can hardly become greater than it is at the present day. In short, notwithstanding the widespread deterioration and destruction of every kind already effected, California, with her incomparable climate and flora, is still, as far as I know, the best of all the bee lands of the world. End of section 16B. The Bee Pastures, and End of the Mountains of California by John Muir. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox. Spring 2007.